Well, hello there. Hello. I just realised, start of the stream, didn't have a bit of paper. But I found my pens, found some cardboard. Hello, everybody. I'm streaming from the other side of the country. Hope you're all doing well. Night not burning through the Pizzos. Hey, Corporate. Good to see you. Hey, Medicine. Good afternoon, morning. Good to see people getting their hams out in the chat. And Boney getting all of the first today. But yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing today. I haven't come up with a plan. I didn't give myself enough time to set up. So Nike there, getting all those claims. No physical version today because I'm on the other side of the country, so I don't have my setup. I don't have a means of making it, so sorry about that, Medicine. I was hoping to do that on Tuesday, but I didn't have the power. I've got quite a lot of stuff going on in the back of my... The Pizzoverse is full of conflict. So yeah, sorry about that, Medicine. That will be, once I'm back, which is after Christmas, the physical live will be back. But I'm sorry about that. Okay, so, second. But yeah, what do people want to see today? Blue's coming in. Hello, 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 hello. And I'm sorry, yeah, so yesterday, no stream, because I was traveling across the country. And I had to see my friend. Get your Sheba salutes out. So yeah, I think the setup should work. Oh, maybe my mic's a little high. I did spend, yeah, got distracted. So we're going to do something. Doggo appearance on stream, possibly, if the dog's up for it. Possibly. But the dog followed me downstairs just now because I had to rush upstairs to get pen and paper. How's the van? Good. The van drives really nicely. I went on a... I asked Google to show me a way that was no motorways, and actually it was quite nice. Apart from Milton Keynes, a million roundabouts. A nightmare. So yeah, the dog might show up. The dog might get shut in with me at some point. But yeah, hopefully we'll see that little doggo, little Papa Jack. Okay, yeah, so hopefully I'll get to do some streaming over the next while, but I'm basically here mainly to see my family, so that's the priority, because I don't see them very often. What do we want to do? The last stream was a whole load of England 6. That wasn't really intended, but it happened. People have been asking about... I'd been asking about green at high difficulty. And then I flubbed the first match. Lightning. Actually, I feel like maybe I'll be slightly better with lightning. I watched a really good playthrough by Kaelan North and someone called That Danish Guy, or the Danish Guy. And it was actually really good. It was their Lightning versus England 6. And it was really interesting watching someone that's good with lightning in solo. I'm not sure still not sure I want to do it myself. You played three lots of lightning last night. Oh god. Oh god. That's a lot of lightning. So yeah, I wonder what the unifying theme is today. I do like a unifying theme. But yeah, it was a good drive across the country. A good drive. We could do very hard things, or as hard as we can in the act with Ocean. Feeling a bit like that. Thunder and lightning, very frightening. Exactly, please. That's exactly the situation. We could celebrate Earth Day. I still feel like I've got a long way to go with lightning. Maybe Earth. Earth's pretty fun. And then there's scenarios. Could be a Guard the Isle's Heart kind of day. Turn down a little bit in my ear. It's a bit hasty with my setup. Or maybe River. Maybe high level. Maybe some River versus England 5. There are just, as ever, a million things to do in this game. 1 million, and that's not an exaggeration. How about that? Because this is a hard challenge, right? England 5 for River. Why? This extra health on the buildings means that your whole game plan doesn't really work anymore. So it would be, I think my odds of winning are quite low. And unless you get that an early fear card, England 6 here is a significant bump because we don't really natively generate fear. I mean, this could be a good one. And then maybe if I get a win, I could try at 6. Just had some fun with Manifest Incarnation. Nice. It's a nice card. It's one of those cards that's just generally a bit expensive for me, you know? My cheap way of play. So the thing with, so if we do go with River with the, let's do this. If I do go with River versus England, we do need to do, the early games are going to look horrible. Hey Pine, nice to see you. The early game is going to look horrible because it's going to possibly involve just letting a load slide while we just try and get as many presents down as possible. Okay, let's just quickly check those are enabled. Yeah, let's do it. I'm doing well, Pine. How are you doing? I've travelled to Bristol, which is where my family live, for kind of Christmas. A rare visit. I don't visit my family very often. Okay. Good question, Butspot. Yeah, how is everyone butting? Yeah, so Urgot, unfortunately, has not travelled with me. Urgot stayed behind to look after things there. What have we got? Wetlands. So, it's actually been a while since I've tried this. But yeah, I think essentially the optimal opening for River. England 6 now going, no, this is England 5. Actually, let's move my head. So you can see it. Sorry, I'm not on my usual... I didn't bring my desktop because I didn't want it to be rattling around at the back of a van. There we go. There we go. So yeah, England 5. If I get an England 5 win, which is unlikely, honestly, then we'll do a 6. But this is a particularly difficult matchup for River. That extra health changes everything. But I still, as I understand it, we still want to go bottom track till here. And maybe just keep on pushing bottom track. So like double place. And then maybe double place with the revealing the 2 energy. If you've played this encounter and have any tips, feel free to drop them. Because yeah, this is I'm not that familiar with it. I have tried this encounter before with mixed results. Found out one of my instructors passed away. Other than that, I'm good. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Pine. Yeah. So the thing, of course, we do know is that we're not going to gain any. We're not going to gain any new cards for ages. But as long as we hit R8, we can push the town from here, and we can push the town from here. Of course, we're not going to gain any defend cards for ages. Probably not for a very long time. So we need to make it work with what we have in hand. So I think, yeah, just double placing, maybe have a presence. Making the sacred site here is worthwhile, so you can target this. So we could make a sacred site in one of these, but I don't think that's not an improvement. I'm butting well as an answer to Butspot. It's important you answer Butspot. There are, they've got things to say. We'll keep our presence slightly safer, given that I think this is going to look horrible in the early game unless we get very lucky with events. So I think we go with the default turn 1. River's Bounty being the one that you hit over and over again if you can. Went bottom last time, I did this, got some good Dahan movement early, paired with something like a joined hunt for that extra damage. Joined hunt, you just can't resist it. It's a good card! Okay. So yeah, we've got these town builds. It probably is relevant what our event was. Let's just see what it was. Search for new lands. Yeah, not one that keeps people awake at night. Okay, well, this one has got a little counterattack, so you might think, oh, then you'd want to push the town here and empty this land with Wash Away. But actually, as this is the biggest risk of, I'd say you play it safe by completely emptying this land. Play it safe, Jim. It's a shame we can't drag a pair of explorers in here with River's Bounty, though. A shame. And actually, probably should have thought about this River's Bounty. I know that we didn't know that this build was here, but there was already a town in here for a potential counter. Never mind, we can still do something useful. We can take these to Han here and stop them being lone. You're gonna fight the river? Are you a masochist? Yes, I am. Well spotted, Galaria. Nice to see you. You fought with your server this morning. What, with your server by your side? Your faithful server. So I think we play it safe with this. We'll empty this land just in case the explorer gets an extra damage. So where we push to, maybe we'll go with spreading our Londons a little bit. But then we could prevent a city build here, but then of course we've got problems here. And nothing we can do unless we go for a YOLO miner, which is terrible. So yeah, we have to go. You fought against your server, okay. So they're building a city in here. I like with river, I like the idea of a coastal deathland, but the thing I need to forget is that this is not a typical river run. Wasn't accepting his OS. God. Rude. Rude little server. So I kind of need to somehow, to some degree, kind of forget about my usual strategy with river, which is to have a coastal deathland, typically the middle one, and then whichever land is adjacent to everything inland, like this land, would be the land that I would hit with mine. And again, it's all around this top level of the innate. But that's not really going to cut it. So I think I'm going to go with, of course we are against England, so we need to prevent the loss to double London. My experience of this matchup before is you're doing a lot of pushing stuff around to prevent just losing. It's a lot of fun. So, with that in mind, probably bounty into here. So now we've got no loan to harm, which is good. And we'll massive flooding to push this town into here. And if we wash away here, we'll have a choice of Londons. They are both in sands, which doesn't feel ideal. So maybe I could push to here. Who won? He's booting properly now. Probably. Good. Glad to hear it. Does it make much odds? We do slightly more damage on the coast, but damage is almost kind of irrelevant a lot of the time, or it feels like it against the buildings with extra health. Okay, so this turn I think we just keep on going with this stuff. Oh, a computer server. I thought you were talking about someone who serves food. And actually, Flash Floods is not really that great here. And of course, we're against England, right? So we're not preventing any builds if we Flash Floods here. We probably just don't want to play Flash Floods. But we do want the reclaim. So if we don't play Flash Floods, so that might enable us to look at a major next turn. I give inanimate objects human expressions. Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. So I probably need to think about where I place my presence as well. I mean, we could set up for a messy counter in here. We'd be throwing away a presence, but that's fine. It's just one presence, and it would at least mean that... What would it mean, peasant? What would it mean? Yeah, the flash floods does nothing for me at all. Maybe I should change... No, I think you need to get the reclaim one. Absolutely essential. Would any river aspect make this matchup easier? I actually don't know. I've not even played a single aspect game. Because I'm actually a pretend spirit. Though it does seem that apparently I have played as many Jagged Earth games now as I've played without with my physical copy, according to my notes. But I've still not really got to playing with any aspects at all. I'm still happy just playing with the spirits and trying to beat the new adversaries. There's so much to do in this game. It's wild. Looked at my notes, had another one with instruments plus Terror Turns to Madness. Brutal combat it was. Oh yeah, nice. Instruments is so good. Played as Travel River against this once. It's pretty good. Hey Keith. Immense Lightning, super strong. Is that the one where they get half the players double the energy? I think only with Shadows you get serious, like a buff. Do you believe in Christmas? Oh, crikey. I believe in winter festivals. You know, having a nice time. I believe in overthinking where I'm going to put my presents. Apparently giving inanimate objects human names is not normal. Hey, I give my inanimate objects names as well, don't worry. I'm trying to think of what... My phone doesn't have a name, but my van has a name. My boat had a name. I don't think... Maybe I don't name stuff as much as I used to. Okay, so here's the thing. If I don't play Flash Floods, we won't get tier 2 of the innate, but tier 2 makes no odds in this matchup. Call your phone Buddy. Nice. Well, I like it. So they're going to build... I think this land is going to ravage next turn. Not a lot we can do about it unless we just draw a major that does do something about it. So I'm thinking maybe next turn we look at a major. Play a major in conjunction with Bounty or Wash Away. Ooh, hello, Mr. P. Nice claim there. Nice claim you've got there, Mr. P. Tier 2 is more for the push against this matchup. Lots of push and gather. Ooh, I don't have closed captions while I'm here. Crikey. So you have just earned yourself a prestige for that. Because you're definitely correct. Do I have the spare system resources right now for frankly unintelligible captions? I don't know on this laptop. Can this laptop handle another browser window? No. Yeah, I just don't think it can. Sorry about that. New surroundings, yeah. This is what Bristol looks like. It's just these few colours that I have behind me. Ooh, Mr. Progressor wants to get riddled. Okay, so it's your chance to win. I don't know, I can't remember what you can win, but I think it's a prestige or a name in base. Okay, so here we go. Hope you're ready. And Urgobot is not here. Urgobot doesn't cross county lines. I have 8 to spare, and I'm covered in hair. What am I? That's the riddle. Let me repeat it for you. I have 8 to spare, and I am covered in hair. What am I? So first, correct answer in chat. Get themselves a prestige. Wow. Or name in base. Which hopefully... The answer is not a spider. A spider missing 8 of their legs would be pretty sad. Be a sad spider. I'll give it a moment and I'll reread it. While I crunch this a little bit. What was the riddle? Galara? Okay, let me repeat. I have 8 to spare and I am covered in hair. What am I? The Buttle. Thank you, Butsy. What a helpful little Butsy you are. I think I'm just burning brain energy here pointlessly. Yeah, we're going to push this town out. this is going to blight. Let's just make an additional sacred site in here. That's good. Oh, there it is. Mr. P has it. Congratulations, Mr. P. The answer is, in fact, a cat. So you've won yourself a riddle privilege, a riddle prestige, or name and base. And temporarily, you can call yourself the Riddler. Oh, we could reclaim Wash Away here, actually. Rather than Bounty. We're going to save energy if we don't go Flash Floods. But the thing is, if I get the next tier here by playing Flash Floods, then yeah, we just... So yeah, and here I am crunching away and actually just doing the default thing every time. Pine, so close. Yeah, dog and a cat. Identical. How does name and base work on Spirit Island? Ah, well, it doesn't, you see. You get a future name and base. Thought cats had 7 lives. No, Glory, they have 9 lives. Apparently. Maybe it's different in different cultures. But yeah, here our cats have taken the trouble to have to have crunch to have 9. Oh, I suppose we can safety first on this. 9 here. That's in Canada, right? Okay, urban development. Each city does +2 damage. Add a disease, ignore disease during builds, then a little bit of fear. Oh, we should get a fair amount of fear from that. So, where do we want a disease? Probably in this alternate London. Here people say they have 7 lives. Where is that, Galario? That's interesting. Lives in a cruel place where they prematurely kill all their cats twice. It's possible. I mean, you know, it could be. People are just jealous of how many lives cats have. So I think we'd put a disease in here. There's also no Dahan in there. Okay, so no Ravage. It's a truly cruel place. I live in Brazil. Interesting. I wonder what other of those kind of cultural numbers are different. Okay, so we're letting this land go. Well, no, I'll take responsibility. I'm letting the land go. I want to leave these Dahan in here with this blight in case we get an event that cleans this blight up. Could rescue these Dahan. Oh, no. Let's just have a load of Dahan in here so that in the fairly high chance that I can't do anything to defend here, they'll at least counter. Like, this is horrible. We can't... Yeah, I can't even gather in there anyway. So yeah, let's gather tons into here. And the thing that's nice about this is that we'll have... I need to remember to make sure I have presence in this lad after the blight falls. Is it Friday, a Friver Funlight today? So, yeah. Yeah, I think so. So, again, we could push this, but I think I'm going to push these. Not really sure. If you think I'm playing this massively wrong, very happy to hear. So I know that Poultry Speaker's done this particular match a fair number of times. Like learning other cultures' holiday traditions. It's even different by family, isn't it? Like Christmas family traditions, you know, what people do. Like some people, they open their presents like in the morning. Or some people open them at night. Yeah, we'll just empty this out. I suppose I could have comboed this Flash Floods with this to do damage. That's probably a misplay then. Yeah, I could have destroyed a town now. I mean, clearing this does nothing against England, of course. So yeah, that's a misplay. You'd use ours in the morning, at least my family anyway. It just depends how Puritan your family are. How late in the day you get to have your presents. So yeah, mistake. This town should be dead. So we'll push this into here. We're spreading out our Londons here, and I think it's good for a beast to be in with an invader anyway. Especially as we know, I mean, we skipped jungle at these first 3 cards. Crunch, 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 crunch. Spreading the Londons is nice. Yeah, necessary. So you get some major power to deal with them. Yeah, so like, is this the turn to grab a major? We can reclaim and grab a major. Or we can push to 4, grab a major. Or do we reclaim and gain a minor power, have a half decent turn, and then grab a major next turn? You think so? The tier 3 innate doesn't do that much for you yet. Do people put presents under the Christmas tree? Is that just a move thing? Yeah, that people put the presents under the tree. And here in the UK, I think I'd say that's standard. What about a gentle hand flap? I can give you a little flap, a little freebie. You know, you want to save your pesos, have a little flap. There you go. Oh, BFL there. Spending pesos so medicine doesn't have to. Yeah, I can still flap in Bristol, which is good. Thanks for the flap, Redeem. Important, you know, when you're taking on England 5 River to flap as much as possible. So this is blighting this turn. I think gaining a minor power, reclaiming wash maybe, or bounty. Hand flaps don't rotate the other way in Bristol, no. No, it's disappointing that they don't, but yeah, they should. They should get onto the council. So I'm pretty sure that the best thing to do is to just keep placing presents. We claim a single card. But both of it, we're going to have a horrible turn next turn. But if we gain a major next turn, we might draw a solution. So maybe revealing this, getting this. Because then we will have the energy, probably, to play almost any major, especially if we grab our River's Bounty again. Though having the card gives us the opportunity for having a slightly better turn. We don't want to completely turn our back on massive flooding. Because all it takes is something else that does some damage, and then we're kind of this is kind of good again. I think this might be the right play. I'll try it. We'll try it. So I think I I'm actually going to put extra presence in here. This presence is doomed anyway. We're not a spirit that moves presence around. And I want my presence to be in with Dahan, and at the moment this is the best candidate for that. Server ramp's pretty expensive, is it now? Isn't everything technical expensive now? Having 4 card plays and racing down any track for major reclaiming could be good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, especially if I'm going for a major next, and 5th play isn't going to do anything for me, is it? Whereas this energy is already going to be a little bit more leeway. See, I'm not going to make I don't want more sacred sites than this. Just don't want them. Double up in there. Okay, so this turn is a very low-key turn. They build here. I mean, the wash away is not going to do anything for us here. I suppose we can respond to the explore. so it might be relevant, except it's not because we're against England. Let's explore into this jungle, in which case we can at least prevent the city build would wash away. But for energy, yeah, we'll gain some energy, so we'll Rivers Bounty. And we could stack even more Dahan in here. Rising interest in the island. It looks like we have to ignore their curiosity. Oh, we've sped up England as well. That's unfortunate. Don't think we have any air cards that we can sack for this. Extra beast stonks though. Happy. You love to see. Oh, wait, do I have an air? No. Oh, I've actually got energy. Oh, crikey. Gonna have to make a decision here. Next one we'll wrap this, so the penalty of extra damage doesn't matter. We could spend all of our energy to get this. I'm not sure if that's worth it. We can't process Buttspot messages. Butsy is talking on many levels. I'm not sure it's worth spending all my energy to do this. Because we were looking at having a turn where we could reclaim and grab a major. And start, maybe even use it to defend in one of these lands if we get a defensive major. Or alternatively, or if we spend the 4 on this, we've got 2 energy. And if we have 2 energy, we can't even play our start cards. So I actually think we need to ignore the curiosity. Just his one for me. Do you think ignoring is better? Yeah, I think in this case, definitely. Yeah, this one's not coming back. Yeah, I think we have to ignore. Add a town to land without one. Painful. So, where do we want to add a town? Is there anywhere? Just checking that we didn't get any extra cheeky defends. God, adding here, then they'll build a city. Don't really want that. Same here. So here, they place a blight this turn, which you don't want. And we wouldn't even clear it because there's only 2 Dahan in there. I think this is actually the best. Gross. Yeah, this one doesn't come back. It kind of feels like it is one that does, but no. Missionaries, now they keep on coming back. People keep saying, just leave it. Leave it out. They're relentless. We'll have a beast in here, it might help. I wonder actually if having a beast in here is better, because these have the extra health. Okay, and then a wilds token somewhere. The only use we have really for a wilds token is potentially if we get calamity, so we'll put it somewhere where there's going to be building, or where there's going to be more buildings. In a way, removing a stage 2 card is not a bad one, less escalation. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. It's pretty whippy around here, so we do have our blight in these mountains. But this is why this is a somewhat feel like a somewhat hellish encounter, because the island just gets so congested. If I don't get a beat stick major, I guess at least I will have a counterattack here if I get a defensive major. Okay, so currently these guys are doing 6 damage, so they'll kill 3 Dahan, and 3 Dahan won't actually finish them, so I think I am going to Rivers Bounty in here, so that if we don't get a defense major, not that I want a defense major particularly, so we've got a better counterattack in here. Okay, so now we reclaim and gain a major, I think. Two Ravagers here, so the island will blight unless we get a solution for one of these. The trouble is, the only solution that's going to prevent the becoming unhealthy this turn, or blighted, is a defendant here. Or I guess a defendant here would work as well. Because I don't think there are any offensive mages that will deal with this in the fast phase. Unless... I'm trying to think if it... Yeah, I think we have to start looking at mages now, because we're not guaranteed to find a good one on the first look. Yoink, what do we get? Could try and set this up. Though those elements are going to be... Actually, no, they're not too bad. The moon. I suppose if we start looking now, we can't afford to play it though. It does kind of mean we could play this instead of using our tier 4 innate to kind of do what our tier 4 innate would do in the regular scheme of things. Gunning for a sacrifice victory doesn't feel right, you know? Let's see what else we got. So this has the water earth, so we can substitute it in for wash away if we are going to use our innate. Which is what I think of typically, though this isn't the typical situation. It's not enough defend to help in these situations. I mean, flow like water, we don't start with air. That's the trouble. We can't drag cities around. So we couldn't do anything about either of these lands. If you get threshold on cast down true solo, you insta win. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, basically. You insta sacrifice win, so you win and lose at the same time. So it's not really a win. Because, yeah. I think if you're playing as Ocean, it's a win. This is me joking around, it's not real. But like, if you're playing as Ocean, well, you've kind of won. But as River, you don't really exist if there's no land. But yeah, essentially, with Threshold, you win. So we could grab this, and then we'd need to find these elements as well. And the water mounted wouldn't be easy. We'd keep wash away, but you lose flash floods. I mean, the fact we can get to 5 plays would make it easier to play with Threshold. With Threshold. But Sea Wars. I mean, this is somewhat rancid collection we've been given here. The other interesting thing is that because we've seen coastal lands, we know that both of these are escalations. The thing is, this does do good damage. But it's so expensive. Yeah, we don't have a growth option that gives us a chunk of energy. Spirit Islands Exodia. What's an Exodia? That sounds like some kind of cultural reference. I wouldn't know what that is. So we didn't gain we haven't gained a major that's going to prevent the unblighting this turn. I guess outside of luck. I mean, we could the event could grant 7 defense in here because there are 7 to harm. Or even more because we could get lucky with the event in this land. See, this is kind of good in theory, right? Spraying disease around the place will help against the England loss condition, but the defend is going to do so little. Though, I mean, we could play it into this coastal mountain to prevent that build. Biological warfare is a bit like that. I mean, if we draft cards that will give us this threshold, this is very powerful. Yeah, the spirits don't pull their punches. They play by their own rules. This card, unfortunately, is just generally not very good. Those of you that aren't super familiar with this game, the reason I'm not even looking at it is because unless these elements are particularly useful for you, it doesn't really pull its weight. Do you ever take Vengeance? I tried it the other day, but usually avoid it. I sometimes take it for the fear. It does give you 3 fear in the fast phase, which is, you know, which is pretty good. It was poo when I played it because I had easy threshold. It's just not very good, unfortunately. Though there have been efforts to rework it, so maybe when there's a second edition of Spirit Island, it'll be better. And with many minds. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, if 3 fear, this is actually not insignificant. I know it's an expensive way of getting 3 fear, but this is good. But, I mean, it's not worth, you know, you've got a 0 cost fast powers that basically get you 3 fear, so not ideal. Do I watch football? Not really. Occasionally. I watch a little bit of American football, but not very much. Use fear and clearing explorers who are going to build in adjacent lands with threshold. I mean, even if the card kind of worked as intended, it's very much like a win more. Yeah, I'm the worst Pittsburgh Steelers fan in the world. I've been a Steelers fan for a long time, but I'm not very good at. I'm not very good at it. I don't think I could even tell you who's on the team at the moment, because I am the worst fan ever. I mean, I don't even know if I can't really call myself a fan. You know, I just like the team. Ever since getting Madden on the N64, I was like, this team can run the ball, which I like because I used to play rugby, which is, you know, there's no passing in rugby, you just run the ball. So I kind of was like, Steelers. And at that point they had Cordell Stewart, who could also run the ball. And so I was like, I understand this team, because they basically play rugby. I mean, yeah, it's a bit different now. They've got Big Ben. I mean, Cal Dunn might well be my best chance of actually winning. You grew up a Browns fan. Oh dear, poor you. Even I know how bad the Browns are. Not that there's anything wrong with being bad, but mainly I watch it to hang out with a couple of friends that are way more into it than I am. This is probably the best thing, the thing that's most likely to get me a nominal victory. Okay, so actually let's think about this. The only thing I'd really need to be drafting is 2 more mountain powers, sorry, earth powers, and a moon. The water and the sun are kind of, we've got those already. And we've, of course, wash away is water mountain as well. Sorry, water earth. Get your terms right. Trouble is, this is going to be a completely dead card until possibly winning, so couldn't give a shit anymore about sports, says BFL. Just remember my parents making me go as Bernie Kosar for Halloween for like 6 years in a row because we couldn't afford other costumes. Aww. I mean, I've always been more like playing football or basketball rather than watching it. I used to be fairly sporty when I was younger. I'm not even sure what I'd want to forget. I guess flash floods. This could be useful. Yeah, okay. I think this is actually the best thing to pick, even though it's because it could be a victory condition. I think we forget flash floods, especially given that if we are going to play this, we need all the energy we can get. So they're both going to blight unless we get lucky with the event. But at least this is going to counter, and so 3 Dahan will die, 4 Dahan will counter and clear that land. All being well. So probably something like this, but we might want to not play everything. Hello there, Jack. Hello there, Jack. Jack's the dog, by the way. Gain power presence next turn. Yeah, I think it must be, right? So at least with this, we do get that second tier for more pushing around. But we need to actually gain something useful. Trouble is now... What water and stone cards needed now? So currently, the elements we're really missing for this are 2 earth cards. We should have we've got enough water cards and a moon card. So we need a moon, 1 moon, 2 earth. I mean, I can just play this next turn for 9. Because I will gain 2 energy this turn. I think probably gain a minor power and play it with cast down next turn. But whereas late game stuff is it's very, very late game. Yeah, I think yeah, you're right. I have to. If I want to preserve this as a victory condition, I can't really... There's no real benefit to switching these out. We could even be... I mean, we've got to 4. We've got to 2 energy. We could just be reclaiming to gain the minor powers we need to work with this. If we don't do that, then we have to have very weak turns with this. So I think actually we are in a weird reclaim loop. I think maybe pushing for this is the only chance, is our best chance. Maybe not the only chance. No, it highly depends on what blight card we get. So after this Ravage, we'll have a blight on the coast. Unfortunately, there's the coastal lands. We'll have this blight as well. So it'll be too late for cast down to clear this land. But we would be able to clear it afterwards, so I guess whatever this explorer is, we could at least clear that land with coastal. Oh, except it's England, so they'll build in the coast first. Gross. Okay, we got lucky. We got canny defense. So on a coastline on each board, move a town 1 or 2 lands inland, and then on each board, choose a land with disease, do 2 damage to invaders and 2 damage to Dahan. Okay, luckily we've got lands that have disease and no Dahan, or a land even. So we need to push this town inland. And because we've seen the event, we can see that we get 1 defend per Dahan in the land, so we could actually push a town to here so there's going to be 7 defend in there from candy defense, so we could push a town in here and actually we'd get to destroy it this turn. Dahan will get damaged but not destroyed. We quickly just check that. 3, 5, 7, 8, 7 defend. Yeah, works. I was just typing out gonna get Dahan defend event. Haha. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it's lucky. He's lucky. I'll just take the luck. I think we just get rid of the explorers. Oh, wait a second, Piso. You've got 2 damage from massive flooding, so you could kill this city. Let me just work this out. However, massive flooding in here. Oh, they're going to double build in this land. They're going to build and then coastal build. So this push means nothing. No. So I think we partially destroy this city and then finish it with massive flooding to empty that land. Yeah, I think so. Might be a bit greedy. We need to get the fear cards rolling. Well, we don't need to get the fear cards rolling if we can pull this off. Okay, so we got lucky in here. But I mean, we would have got the count. We would have cleared it anyway. Lots of coastal builds. Okay, where do you want London to be? I guess the decision here is partly to do with, am I going to use this next turn without threshold? Okay, if we drew a card that had moon... No, it's actually impossible for us to get threshold next turn. Well, it's certainly impossible from a single card because we would need to get 2 earth and we've only got 1 earth. So the question is, if I place in here, I could empty this land next turn in the slow phase. The trouble is, it is going to blight and it's going to cascade next turn. That's the downside to that. But I don't think functioning makes any difference between these aside from this. I think maybe planning to cast down in here is good. Coastlands is funny against England because sometimes it feels really good to get it. Because it doesn't have the escalation effect. And it's interesting to get it early because then you know what the future... Now I know that this hasn't, that I've definitely got 1 more escalation effect. But yeah, it's brutal because it's going to build Ravage. But we've got lucky here. We've got no coastal wetland. So it's not going to build Ravage on the coast. Because this card here is a wetland. So while brutal, it's not the most brutal. So I actually think what I'm going to have to do... Allow the build here and smash it with cast down next turn. We're going to... The trouble is, how the hell would I even be able to afford this if I do that? If we get lucky and gain a minor power that has useful elements, so water, earth, or moon, water, or moon, or even all 3. I think wash away, it could also move a blight with it. Yeah, it's not really washing, is it? So I think planning to smash this land is a good... Or is it actually just... The thing is, we're essentially gambling if we want to use this threshold to kind of get a pretend win. Because we could draw a set of minor powers that offers us nothing. So I think we have to accept that I think we need to smash this land next turn. We're smashing it next turn with casting. That's what's happening. Okay, so... There's going to be a build in here. This is a definite escalation, so this is going to go from 4 to 6. And the Ravage is going to cascade. Not a lot I can do about that. I guess it's going to cascade into here. Oh yeah, we're going to destroy this city. And we do get to push these, so we can at least prevent this Ravage from being a problem. So I think I'll push him into this land. Because we're smashing this land next turn anyway. Of course, with Wash Away, I need to be careful not to push buildings in here, because if I push a single building in there, I'll lose. So we could push the Explorer in the town from here, which might mean we get lucky with defend events or even fear cards. We've actually got fear cards now. All it takes is 1 strife, and then this land's kind of taken care of with the Wash Away. What other things are there to do? So if we smash this land, then this will become London. Doesn't make much odds, really. We probably would prefer this to become future London, but we want to keep the island as healthy as possible. Prevent middle wetlands build. Yeah, England. Feckin' England. Yeah, people have been saying it for centuries. So I think maybe setting up for possible help from the fear cards or event in here, if we empty this land. We could push into, not into here because we'll lose, into here. You need coffee. Yeah, geez, get some coffee. Crikey. Oh yeah, so this big cluster of Dahan now is way more than we could possibly need in there, so probably a good time to move some. Like, I like the idea of moving in here with this blight because they might clean it up. They might do that for us. We'll let this one recuperate over here and bring it over. And given that we're looking at minor powers, we're more likely to get a useful little defender here. I mean, although we can't prevent the build, we could prevent a city build with the wash away. But I'd rather, especially if this is cascading, if we do get the chance to get a one of the blight cards that powers us up, we probably want to take it, depending on. So we could push this in here. The actual amount of damage doesn't matter to us. Okay, so I think this turn we reclaim, and we're looking at minor powers now to get companions for cast down. Quick sanity check. We've got a 3 damage ravage in here. We've got this, essentially, I mean, how much damage is it? 15 damage ravage. Just like one card in the, well, there's actions, there's a few cards that would help. Oh, that's interesting. We could do that, couldn't we? So we could get 5th pay, or we could go here, which gets us nothing. I kind of feel like maybe in this particular situation of trying to get the companion pieces for cast down, we kind of need to be doing the reclaim. Because each time it gets us an energy, which is all right, but it mainly means we can replay Bounty and Boon of Vigor. Though actually we can replay one of Bounty or Boon of Vigor by doing this. And actually, if we play Bounty, we get tier 1 on our plate, which is probably, you know, the most useful little bit of it. So yeah, we're almost certainly going to reclaim Bounty. So that's 1 energy. Whereas doing this with the reclaim, we gain 2 energy. No, 3 energy. Because we gain the Bounty energy, we get this 1 energy here, and we'll get the Boon of Vigor energy. So this option gains us 3 energy. This option will gain us 1 energy. But if we're going on the energy track, then it might eventually it's kind of gaining us potential future energy income. This will still mean we can use tier 1 of the innate. The thing is, if we reclaim, we can actually use tier 2. Which is this push 3 is good. Is it relevant though? Might not be relevant this turn unless we get an explorer in the, no, not immediately relevant. Bright Deep is only for coastal, of course, still have inlands to deal with. Yeah, my plan at the moment, if I have one, is to get this threshold and to get a sacrifice victory. So we'll deal with the entire island. Deal with it, kind of. I mean, also, maybe I shouldn't be so... Well, I did get that one that should have been a sacrifice victory, but Dahan Insurrection didn't like it or something. Maybe need 5 card plays then if that's the goal. Depends what we get. Really depends. If we've got a moon water or a moon mountain, I think reasonable odds. Though, are there any moon water mountain? Off the top of my head, I can't think of any. Oh, infested aquifers, your time to shine. Moon, water, and mountain. Oh, and this as well. Pool beneath the hungry earth. Not huge numbers. So unlikely to get one of those, but... Oh, yeah, of course, elemental boon. If we reclaim, then we could do this turn. That's not happening with this. If we reclaim and get a moon, water, mountain, or elemental boon, we could play all 3 of these cards. Oh no, we're still short on earth. We need 2 earths. So yeah, regardless, yeah, we need we're short on earth. We can't do it this turn. I think the thing is that this is going to gain us the energy we need to replay this on a future turn. Yeah, we can't win with this if we can't afford it. And this gains us 3, whereas this one gains us 1. 1 and possibly a little bit more, but probably we'll go with this anyway. I think this is the pick. And a minor power. Let's see what we get offered. Okay, so the thing that's most important really is actually the earth. That's the thing that we need. We definitely need this to have. Luckily, the 2 earth cards there both have moon on as well. Do any of these help us this turn? Dark and Tangled Woods actually helps us this turn, so that's a nice pick. More beast stonks, I know. I just love those beast stonks. Can't resist them. So I think this is good, right? It not only does it defend us in this coast that I was hoping the event would do it for us, but that's fine. It gets us the earth that we need. What it does mean is that we'll need to grab a water earth next time. Is that right? So yeah, I guess that's the trouble with being only 4 plays. We need to be very specific. We need to be lucky. Oh, and this doesn't have water on it, so it means we definitely need the 5th play. I think this is the pick here. So we are going to need to squeeze in a 5th play at some point. Maybe we plan to grab the 5th play. I guess we could have got lucky with if we'd got a perfect element card this turn on this draw, then maybe we could have done it with 4 plays, but we're going to have to get 5. Okay, so we do this, which helps. We do this, I think, or do we? They're going to build an escalation build in here. Then we smash it. We actually can't push anything else in here apart from explorers without just instantly losing. So that's not something to get too carried away with. I think we... So what's this? Wetland builds. City build in here. See, what I'm thinking about is can I afford to have a very slimline turn this turn? If it means that I can have a good turn using this option here, is it actually going to be that good a turn, though, is the question. I'm not sure it is. It's going to be a terrible turn. But this turn's quite nice. So I don't think it's worth waiting on these. This here is the last second. It could either be jungle or mountain or sand. That's we've learned nothing. It could be almost anything. I guess yeah. Mutter, mutter, mutter. These at least gain us energy in the kitty if we play them. The thing is, we actually can't afford to play this with... We just can't afford to play it next turn anyway. So even if we did get the perfect card, we couldn't play it anyway. So maybe we go next turn we can reclaim and have a, have whatever turn we have looking at cards. And then the following turn we try and get the threshold if we're still alive. Now I'm restoring my previous file from my previous server installed to my new one. Living the dream. That's what it's called, Pine. Alright, we'll... So that's our 3 defending there. Grab a little bit of energy. Okay, missionaries. Ah, these ones do come back. Though we shouldn't have to pay much for these. So, okay, this is unfortunate. During the next ravaged cities do +3 damage, which is unfortunate. We've got a good defendant here. So that's unfortunate because this ravage that would have been defended will be undefended if we do this. And nothing adds to our defense in this coastal mountain. So we might have to ignore the contact. Yeah, so this damage will go from 3 to 6. You get a fear card though. Do we get we don't get the upgrade to Terra 3. It'd be a shame for this to not get this counterattack. Which would also... It's funny... I always feel a bit funny about gaining fear cards, gaining Terra 1 level fear cards, because they're generally so much weaker than Terra level 2. It's like I'd rather almost just not even have it. Yeah, if it upgraded these two, I think I'd have been more tempted. I mean, we're kind of hopeful if we did this, we might get a strife off one of the 3 fear cards in here. It's a lone city on its own. That might happen. What's missionaries arrive like? Gambling to replace the Dahan with a town. I guess we're not that worried about that. We've got plenty of Dahan. We could replace like this Dahan with a town or something. I think we maybe send them away and then we curse them in the on a future turn. Not sure though, honestly. Disease is kind of handy too. So I think we ignore them. One of these can become a town. Then they'll add a city, but that's fine. I think we ignore them. So, oh, we got lucky. We get to push an explorer from land with Dahan. So we'll push this. I guess this explorer can go into coastal land of Splat. Oh, I should have... Wait. I should have pushed that into a better place. Oh, it's not going to let me undo that. Each player has a strife in a land with or adjacent to beasts. Okay, so I would have got my strife. Damn it, Jim. We could put it in here. No point putting it in this land, of course. Yeah, we'll put it in here. We really don't want this land to cascade. Oh, Terra level 1 scapegoats. Pain. 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 Especially against England. Okay, so we'll do the good news ravage first. Good news. Bad news, Ravage. Okay, see what we get. What do we get? Promising farmlands. Okay, not too bad. You're never getting to Terra 3, though. Well, not with that attitude, Galario. Okay, we got lucky on inland lands. Okay, where do we want to cascade into? So the plan is to just destroy the entire island to bring salvation. It's a slightly backwards plan. But it is the plan that we have, okay? So this has more adjacencies, so this is a better pick in general. Though this does have Dahan, and I have a defend card. Though by the time they've built from this coastal ravage, it's going to be minimum 5 attack, probably more like 6. So this defend doesn't really help. But the Dahan might just clean it up. This actually only currently has 2 useful adjacencies, and this only has 1 useful adjacency. I don't think we've seen the event where the Dahan do tidy things up. Ooh, what's happened there? That's odd. It's just showing me like the back of them. I don't want to see the back of them. I actually think putting in here is slightly better. Not by much. Okay, jump. See, vindicated. Okay, so now we get to do Big Smash. So, suppose we could push more explorers in there. We need to think about this massive flooding. So we could push this town out, but not into here. That's how you die. So next turn's ravages, we could make this a bit more bearable. Well, defending this is more important. There's already a strife on here. So this isn't going to make much odds in there. We could actually push these towns from here into here. So again, they're on the coast where we could smash them with a future briny. We could push the explorer into here, and then we're preventing a city build, which I think is reasonable. Well, we're preventing a city build here, but then we're enabling city builds here. Dubious. We could push a couple of towns from here, which takes us down to a 3 defend, which is much more viable. We still haven't drawn a good defend card. Okay, as there is going to be a ravage in here next turn, let's bring more Dahan into this land. I think that's reasonable. So that even if it is... So that we might get lucky, like we did last time. Do we try and push these towns out just to get a better chance at luck here? Defend card? Well, that's what defense are for. I just want to apologise for accidentally under a computer commanded chat. Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Did you... No, it was a random board. I generally don't think that much about the balance boards. You gotta save your thinking abilities. Well, I have anyway. They're limited. Yeah, I think maybe making this a bit more easy to defend is a reasonable... Its damage is irrelevant. But yeah, it's just a random one. I only really think about the boards if I'm trying stuff that's super hard. Okay, so this is going to be a nice lot of fear. I've never really used this that much because it's just so expensive. But it could be, you could just use it to just generate incredible amounts of fear. Really, person? Yeah, really. Really, wow. 4 fear cards. 5 fear cards. I just got myself a Chivo there, apparently. Or no, partial progress. 5. Okay, if we can get to Terror 3, Paralyzing Fright, it's almost like... Though we couldn't get Threshold and Paralyzing Fright, we don't have any air. When I'm in the groove, just doing command or command, I forget to switch. Easy to enter the spot. Don't worry about it, Pine. Forgive you. Don't you worry. I'll tell you what, I'll forgive you in advance. How about that? Well, I mean, I could just lose. I mean, for example, in this situation, I actually have no answer to these cards, to these Ravages. Aside from, I mean, we do have a lot of fear cards, right? So we could get lucky. Though there is nothing, there are no beasts or Dahan in here. How much energy have we got this turn? 6. 6 energy. We definitely need to gain a card and hopefully a solution to this. Of course, we could just say, hey, we've got 5 Terror level 2 fear cards. It's almost tempting to look at a major. With 5 fear cards and a strife, that's pretty likely getting a solution. It is, but I don't want to lose based on, you know, like this inland wetland we could let go. And it wouldn't mean we lose, really. But this, if this double blights, we could just lose from that. Especially given we've got a double blight here, so pits of misery could kill us, which is the event card that... Have we had it yet? This way, we've had it. We don't have to fear festering pits of blight. So on each board of invaders and a blight to land at least 2 blight. Dora, I'll let you know, Pine, if you've put put stuff in the wrong chat box. I'll just make you aware. I'll say, Pine, no. Yeah, because we're in that same situation. Oh, but we want to get that 5th play anyway. Because even if we get perfect, because our 4th Earth is on Dark Tangle Woods, which doesn't have water, we need a 5th play. Thought of Briny Deep table flip win with a single explorer left in that land is hilarious to me. Yeah. Yes, indeed. So we need to do 2 things. We need to grab a water earth card, and we need the 5th play. We can get the 5th play this turn. I mean, between our minor power grab and this, though, thing is, none of the minor power grabs with water mountain I think are actually going to help us with this. Off the top of my head. Actually, Call to Trade might help us. Call to Trade would help us. Comes to shore, gets a Mech and Monsoon dropped on him. I know, just one dude. Okay, maybe some of our Water Mountain cards would help us. Though, as you see, there aren't that many of them. Encompassing Ward would make a difference. Reclaim and gamble for Elemental Boon. Actually, Gift of Power wouldn't help us immediately. I mean, we do have 5 fear cards, so there's a Strife and 6 to harm. We should be okay in here. I think we have to kind of we have to do this. Or this. How's the energy we're looking at? So we're at 6 now. If we have a cheap turn this turn, Like, wash away is a very clean way of saving us a blight. We can just wash away the town that's built. Oh no, we can't. They're building a city as well. My turn. What does my turn actually look like if I don't reclaim? I'd basically be probably getting bouncy back for the energy. The trouble is, without playing bouncy and boon, we just broke. So if we were to gain a power card, enable 5th player is the right way, I think. Yeah, I think so too. Well, we need to, unless we gain 2 power cards, right? Because this doesn't have the water on that we need. So we need to be able to basically play all of our cards that we have. Well, we need to substitute in a water mountain card for probably Boon a figure. The thing is that this gains us this. Yeah, we need to do this at some point. And this could, yeah, I think this is the pick. It just feels so flippin' ropey. Because there's part of me that's like, are we actually going to have the energy to do this? If we don't spend any energy this turn, then we reclaim. How much energy we... Oh, so if we were to say grab River's Bounty this turn, play it, our 6 would become 7. The 5 field cards will do work. That's true. But we're just short on the... I think we're short... Are we 1 short on energy? Or am I just being pessimistic? Oh no, this is 6. So add another 2 is 8. The trouble is, some of these cards actually need energy to play. Wash Away and Tangle Woods. Yeah, we don't have the energy. Piezo Mystic. So yeah, something like that. And if Gift of Constancy shows up, doesn't have the water on. Crunch, 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 crunch. So we're not going to be able to play it next turn anyway, unless an event gives us energy, which might. If it does, it's probably going to give us 1 energy. You will get up to 9. I need more than 9. I need 9, 10, 11 at the moment. Because this threshold ain't cheap, because I need to spend 2 energy to get to play the cards that give me the threshold. That's assuming that the card I'm about to gain costs 0, which I probably won't. Go for another major, try for a non-sack win. I think... Okay, let's just undo that. I think... How was a... Thing is, I think we generate so much fear with that. I guess it only affects the coast. Going for a major, we could get rid of cards down. I think if you've got a good fear major, we could be with a chow. We don't have companion miners that work very well with a good fear major. But we have 6 energy. We could afford pretty much anything. Even something like Talons of Lightning we could use to gain a whole chunk of fear. If we can upgrade these 2s to a 3. So if we are not planning on trying to do this, I think maybe we keep... Because all we really need is something that does the extra little bit of damage here and there. And we could just use our innate. So we've kind of gone a little bit off track with elements, but... Because, okay, so if we... So given that we need 11 or maybe 12 energy to do the win we'd planned. So like Winds of Rust or Paralyzing Fright. Because there aren't that many cities on the board, are there? Not that many. Old Terry's Nightmares. So I think Reclaiming is better looking at another major. Yeah, good old Terry. Good old Tell. Do you Americans call your Terry's Tell? Do you ever consider it? Yeah, I think pushing for this is so YOLO and possibly unnecessarily YOLO. This board position isn't that bad. So maybe looking at a minor power instead, given that probably... Because the trouble is, if we did gain a major, what would we forget? I guess Boon of Vigor. Because keeping this is still as an option. We still got this for the Sun Water. But then, of course, we're losing another water card. But if we did gain Water Mountain, we could, you know, we still got Wash, Bounty, and this, and this. So I think actually maybe gaining a major, forgetting Boon of Vigor. Could even go for pushing Inland Coastal on a regular smash. Yeah, I think yeah, we can forget Boon of Vigor. Now I know this is gonna would help us get energy. Could of course forget Dark and Tangled Woods as well. What's this gonna look like soon? 8 damage Ravage. Yeah, I think this is better. Yeah, this is the one that's less useful generally. Oh, wow. Hello, bot. I'm sorry Urga isn't here to greet you, little bot. And I'm sorry I've had to ban you, little one. Banned. You're out of here. I accept I'm too much of a boomer to be able to actually get rid of this menu now. Oh, there it is. Urga would have loved that, I know. Urga's having a little holiday, a well-earned holiday. Yeah, I think we look at a major power here, possibly forgetting Boon of Vigor. Okay, let's see what we get. Okay. Definitely, it's definitely a cards. Unlock the Gates is, you know, is a card. It's perfect elements. You're right, Galario. Yeah. Yeah, because Jungle Wetland actually does cover a fair number of lands. It has good elements. It has elements, it has the same elements as Boon of Vigor, so we could still hold out for cast down, though we'd be well outside of our budget at that point. Vitality has another Earth on it. We could even... Oh, no. We'd have to play it with cast down to get the threshold. The Vitality threshold is incredibly good. It basically means you're hoovering up Blight. You know, we've got a bit of time because England is a little bit slow, even though we did lose a card. Oh, this is a card I very rarely use. 4 damage is a city. Threshold, if we keep Boon of Vigor, is not too hard. If we play Bounty, Rot, Vigor... Sorry, not... God, we need to basically play Rot with Bounty... and this to get this threshold, but it does remove Blight. So let's see, what do our jungles and wetlands look like? This one does have the Blight in it, though hopefully our fear card's going to take care of that. Yes, the other thing to think about is that this card here would add a strife, which would solve this problem. Have you even got Unlock the Gates Threshold? Seems so impossible. Yeah, I have got it before. It's kind of hard in solo spirit, unless you're like Serpent or someone like that. Someone with lots of ennies. City Smash for a fear card without Thresh on right. Without Thresh? I mean, yeah, it is a whole fear card, isn't it? Interestingly, with Threshold, 9 damage would be City, Town, Explorer, making this come down into Dark and Tangle Woods kind of range. Not that there's any blight there. We're still YOLOing it a bit on this. We could get... I mean, I know we have 5 fear cards. This feels a little bit YOLO-y in here. But I like the look of this. I'm not sure I've ever had this threshold. Okay, what would we forget if we go for accelerated rot? Probably Wash Away, even though it's such a good card. And of course, if we get Wash Away, we're further away from getting our cast down threshold, which might mean we have to get that we just get rid of cast down. But it is, you know, it's a lot of fear. But it's at a premium that we can ill afford. Vitality also guarantees that we stay in the game. So I think this is right. It feels like a big decision. So we still get this tier of massive flooding. We should get this threshold. We'll just be sad if I lose in here, though. You can forget cast down, you never get enough energy to play anymore. Yeah, so like once I play this once, that's it. It's over. The dream. I guess we're just YOLOing in here. I suppose that's just what's happening. Okay, Vigo. Can't believe you've got the dream. Cast down to win. Sorry. In the single... Hey, it's Poultry Speaker's favourite. In the single land with most invaders, push an explorer town to each adjacent land. We're pushing some Dahan around from blight to without blight. Each beast is generating a fear. So, we can break up one of our Londons a little bit. Ah, if I had had a nice big defend in here, we could have benefited from this. We've got beast stonks to be made. This already has blight, and I think I'll push from here for that reason. Because this is kind of bringing it down. Would have cleared out your smash land. That would have been pretty sad, wouldn't it? I'm wondering if this is one of those cards that you probably should just remember if you've seen it. But it's so hard in stage 2 or 3. Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, like this is like, well... So I think we push from here and take this down in territory where Dark and Tangled might impact it. So, we don't want to make things worse in here. We're building a city in here anyway this turn. But we might want to try and push from here with this massive flooding to keep this defendable. So actually, I think we push the towns into... Oh, we're making this ravage worse if we push into there. So I think this is one of the least worst options. But then this is this mustn't blight. We could double up our Londons, but I don't really want to do that. So I think this goes in here, because I think this is blighting anyway. Actually, no, I think here is better. Because we've still got a chance that this will just be solved, though there's not much reason for this to be prevented. Not Terror 2. Always ruins your games. Medicine and poultry speaker hating the local diaspora. You know what? Let's just look at the other one. This one might be better. We'd have to push to 3, so we could push in here. Pushing here means we're building... I mean, they're going to build twice in there anyway. This is horrible anyway. But pushing in here, we really don't want to push in here, so we'd have to push in here, here, and here. Yeah, I think this is better. 3 towns can be smashed with rotten jungle. Oh, yeah, that's true. Surely 5 figures will do something effective. Yeah, you'd hope. You'd hope, you'd dream. But yeah, I'd kind of... classic Piezo brain. I'd actually forgotten about accelerated rock that I was going to hit here with that. So yeah, we'll keep this clear in the hopes of not getting a blight in there. Okay, getting a little bit... few returns on our beast investments. A sick fear card. Okay, so we've got to push 2 Dahan from a land with blight to a land without blight. These guys, we want as many in here as possible. So I think we'll push these in here. Okay, let's see what we get. Each player adds a strife to a town. For the rest of this turn, invaders have -1 health per strife to a minimum of 1. Okay, well this town already has a strife. I think a strife in here is good. They're going to build a city in here this turn. We're going to be accelerated rotting in here for 9 damage. So I think if we strife a town in here, that's okay. These towns in here is kind of irrelevant. Whereas in here it could make a difference. Each player adds a strife and a land with Dahan. For the rest of this turn, invaders have -1 health per strife to a minimum of 1. God damn it. How much massive flooding have we got? Oh, okay. Phew. For some reason, I thought that was limited to a town, but it's not. So, we've solved this land. That's good news in there. Sorry about that. Bit of a mental block. Each player moves and explore a town from a coastal land. Okay then. Bye-bye, little explorer. Heard this might be a Doggo stream, but it looks like it's not. Yeah, Doggo is not showing any interest. Doggo was quite interested when I was setting up the laptop. Okay, we've got a funky one. We're skipping explore. Each player, we don't have stuff on our coasts. What do you think this is? Each player adds a strife on a different land with at least 2 invaders. Then each invader takes 1 damage per strife it has. This is unfortunate. We didn't get a solution for this. Each invader takes 1 damage per strife. Okay, we might... So this land here already has a strife. If we're doing a boatload of damage, we're doing 9 damage in here. They're going to build a city. Currently there's 9 health worth of towns. One of them has got reduced 2 reduced health. I think actually in here is good. Prioritize non-wetland jungle for those fear cards. Interesting. Yeah. I can see why you'd say that. Thing is, this turn I could clear this land out completely before the ravage. Now I'm going to build a city in here, and we are doing 9 damage, but because of the fear cards we've already had this turn, each strife reduces the invader health by 2, so it makes a big difference to the amount of damage I'm doing in here. So if I look in here, we've got effectively 7 health worth of invaders right now. They're going to add a city to take up to 11, but a strife in here means I can destroy a city for 1 damage instead of 3. And it might mean that my Dark Entangled Woods can defend effectively in there. So I think that's good. Oh, and they also take some damage now. So yeah, I think this is good, right? So if I put the strife on a different town, those two towns should die now, leaving a single town with a city, which is actually 7 health. Including that, we'll actually clear this land. So I think that's right. Now we're going to have this big sand issue here. All the 1 HP towns die. I guess, actually, yeah. This one's dead anyway. We've got the build this turn, but it would be great to clear this so that the Ravage isn't a problem. We can just defend in this jungle here. Oops. Here's me failing to use the... How do I do this? Let's get rid of my eye. Okay. Yeah, all the towns are dying. Okay. Okay, they didn't get to build in here. That was accidental. I did not plan that. It's unfortunate. We didn't get a solution in here. So yeah. Down to 2. Thanks for the well done. Okay, and we don't have an explore this turn. So yeah, if we massive flooding in here, we can push the town out. Though, I mean, we could actually target here instead of here. Accidental build prevention, best build prevention, I know, right? Except, you know, I'm too honest. I could have claimed that was part of my plan all along. You know, I just looked at the possibilities that the fear deck might have given. Just made it happen, you know? So, we've got 9 damage and a blight removal. I mean, it does seem stupid to remove that, but it does mean that the blight's off the board. But yeah, there's no odds. No odds? What are you even talking about, Basil? If we clear this land... See, what I'm thinking about is we could drag a couple of Dahan in here for counterattack. Now, we don't have any defend cards. But... oh yeah, we do have this defend card. So maybe we drag some Dahan in here. We push the town and the explorer out, or kill the explorer, push the town out. And then, all going well, we should be able to defend with Dark Entangled next turn for a net whole fear card. That's not bad for 1 energy. And we can just clear this in here. I think that's better than doing it the other way around, because if we defend in here, there's no counterattack. We don't have a presence in here, so we can't drag in there anyway. Achievement there for Powers Awakened. Clearly I've never used that power in the app. Can push more towns in there. We wouldn't kill them though. The whole dream of this is to not have to defend this next turn. I'd much rather defend and counter in here. Because these don't have strife on, so they're full fat. They're full English defenders. Grab as many Dahan as we can. 10 is more than 9 in it. Certainly is. So we'll We've got no other damage, so we'll destroy that explorer. And we'll push the town. Don't really want to make more city builds than we have to, so we won't push it here. Oh, interestingly, this is the only land where we can actually target it with a future accelerated rot. Maybe we do push it here. There's no ravage next. Well, there is this ravage, but the turn after there's no ravage. Maybe we just hit it in here with threshold. Repeat this turn next turn. Let's repeat this next turn just for a fear milking exercise. Though this is, and maybe we could do. Yeah, we need to play all of these cards next turn. So yeah, I think this is better than the other places, yeah. Though the trouble with that is I am then committing to smashing this land. Whereas I've got a perfectly good, very similar thing to smash here next turn with Threshold. Because they're going to build a town in there anyway. And we'll get to give ourselves a little bit more wiggle room with Blight if we do, you know, it's the same thing effectively. So the events are never going to clear up this Blight, whereas the event could clear up this Blight. But I'm wary of pushing to a land that I can then not target with my only damage dealing power. And this build is not being prevented. Rather hit the city in the other wetland. Yeah, it makes more sense to clear that city, I think. It's just that I don't like where I'm pushing this to. I'm pushing it into places where I'm weak. Apart from here, but then I'm creating a city build. I suppose in here it is a mountain, so we've got a bit more recourse. See, we're at Terra 3. I want to minimize the number of cities on the map. Like, if we defend in here next turn, kill the city in the counter, we've only got one city on the board. There's no no regular build next turn. So I think not pushing in here is worthwhile. Which then makes you ask, well, where do we push then? What? Crunch, 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 crunch. Yeah, this is worse to push than here. I think we push into here or here. This is, I think they're functionally very, very similar. Let's push into the sands. We're at stage 3, so everywhere we're going to get hit somewhere awkward wherever, but we do get to turn off having a ravage. How many cards have we got left? 4 cards. 3.5 cards. We've already got 2 fear. I think I've already moved my Dahan this turn. Yeah, I've already brought Dahan into here. So yeah, probably a misplay. I probably shouldn't have done this early. I should have waited. I think pushing into here is better. I think I'm probably spending way too much brain juice on this small decision. Too much brain juice is being exerted. Okay. So we can destroy the town and city that get built if we repeat last turn. We can defend in here, which is basically we could just reclaim and there should be no cities after the ravage. The event could mess us over. At least you have brain juice left. You'd hope so. I mean, it's been quite a long game. I think that's the best play. It should mean unless the event, we could get the event that creates a load of cities in here. That would be sad. Oh, there's a city here. What, you're getting ahead of yourself, peasant. getting ahead of yourself. Because, yeah, there is this city here. But we really, you know, it's a lot of fear if we're destroying this. That, you know, it's a good... It's a good deal. Basically, 5 fear for 4 energy is not too bad. And the blight removal as well. So I think we are reclaiming. How much energy have we got now? 7 energy. So given that we've pretty much got 5 allocated already, and our remaining cards are very good, I think we're looking at a minor power. Ooh, gift of joy. Gotta love that constancy. So we've not been given any water earth cards, so I guess we had been YOLOing for our sacrifice victory. We might have been YOLOing, sadly. Gift of constancy is, you know, it's wonderful, but is it the right kind of card for us? We need 3. Actually, we could substitute it in for River's Bounty, but why? Because then we could grab 2 of our cards again. Our nice, cheap Fear Defend card. Do you have any cheesy right fear going on? It's one of my favourite. How far to Fear Victory? Good question, Madsen. Let's see. So, 3.5 fear cards. So, 14. 14 fear. Accelerated rot here is 5. Then it's just 9. We'd be gaining 2 from this if we just repeat last turn. This is fast fear as well. Land of Haunts is also 4 fear. At the cost of, you know, losing the game. But we will be cleaning up some blight. We could do this next turn for 4 fear in the fast phase. Yeah, so we'd get 3 fast fear from Right to the Land's Rejection without placing any blight. If we did it in here. Which is just, you know, pretty good. So if we play this turn and next turn, that's 6 of our 14 fear that we want. Of course, with this, it doesn't tie in with getting this threshold. The threshold is what gives us the damage that we need to get the extra fear. If we constancy rot, vigor, woods, then we can always try and make constancy work. Can't resist it. The rot is 5 fear. This is another 2 fear. So that's 14 fear. If we just played this turn twice in a row, we should be okay. There's no Ravage next turn. Nowhere looks dangerous for becoming London. So I think actually just repeating this turn twice is good. Collect all the gifts, Santa mode activated once again. So actually I think it's almost... I think I can... As long as the event doesn't curse us. Yeah, actually I don't think it matters. Because we can just reclaim. So I think I will still take a fear card though. Let's take the safer fear card. So if we... I think this is right. So we're just short of 1. So we need to play this now. That gets us our threshold, the blight removal, the extra damage. That's 5 fear. This is another 2 fear. So it's actually going to get us another Terror 3 fear card as well, which is pretty nice. So that's 7 fear, and then we just need another 7 fear, which is this. Alternatively, this is another 3 fear in the fast phase. And this threshold that 5 damage really is mostly only getting us 1 fear. So we don't need that threshold. So I think this pick is kind of irrelevant because we're going to want to reclaim anyway, probably. Though we could just grab this. Well, we want this as well. Yeah, we have to reclaim anyway. I suppose this gives us more... Yeah, don't make much shot. Don't think it makes much odds. Okay, that's that. That's this 3 defender here. Could get unlucky with the event boosting damage. The center crumbles. On each board with invaders, add a blight to an inland land. We can prevent it by destroying 3 presents. No ravage with blight or strife. Each player may push and explore a town from a land with Dahan. Okay, so no damage boost, that's the crucial thing. Oh, we've not really been placing presents, have we? Not really. We're going to get a double stage 3 explore. That's horrible. Destroying 3 presents is kind of gross. I guess we could keep this sacred site here, but this sacred site here is horrible for targeting because we don't target any of the corners with it. And oh, this has range 2. So actually this sacred site doesn't do anything. This presence here doesn't do anything. So I think we destroy 2 from here and 1 from here. Of course, we're river, so we only need 1 presence to have a sacred site. I actually didn't read the rest of this. Oops. We can push and explore a town from the land of Dahan if we want. So there's going to be... is there any benefit to pushing this in here? I suppose we've got a load of fear cards. We might get extra damage. I mean, there's no... Yeah, this is definitely the place I'm hitting with accelerated rot. So we may as well push an extra town in there for potentially more fear. Because currently we can't win with fear in the fast phase, right? Because we can generate 5 fear in the fast phase. So yeah, if we push the town here, we might get extra damage somehow. Which is more fear we don't need to generate. What do we get here? So, each player chooses a different land with Dahan. Invaders take 2 damage per Dahan there. Okay, these guys are dead anyway. Okay, push these guys out. But I'm not going to complain because this is all very helpful. I mean, I could YOLO and hope to get things that reduce invader health, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take the guaranteed 2 extra fear. Okay. Defend 3 in all lands. Wow. In all lands? Every single land? Remove 2 explorers or a town from each land with Dahan. Then remove a city from each land with at least 2 Dahan. God damn it, you're taking my fear away. Unbelievable. Actually, I hadn't even accounted for that fear in my fear calculations, so maybe it doesn't. Maybe I shouldn't be too aggrieved about it. Okay, now we get all... Okay, Sand and Mountain was first. And then we get Mountain Wetland. So we were cruelly deprived of... Okay, so we've got double mountain builds, but they're not gonna kill me. We've got massive flooding and we've got accelerated rot. So we didn't get any extra damage in here from the fear cards. I mean, we did get other stuff, so it's not terrible. So this is 4, 7, 10, 11 health worth. So we can clear this land with massive flooding from that extra 2 damage. So yeah, 2 plus 9 will clear this land. The main thing is it will squeeze an extra fear out of this last town. that we destroy. We're not going to squeeze any more fear by hitting these other lands. There's no ravage next turn, so I think we're okay. So yeah, we... Oh, I can't target in there because I lost my sacred site. Never mind. This is the best target. Yeah. I mean, we're still going to get to kill the city and the town. But yeah, we can't reach in there. So we'll kill the explorer. It's still a good old chunk of fear. Okay. But yeah, shame we're not going to actually get to use that damage. I didn't actually factor that in. We might have been better off losing this sacred site. Well, we would have got an extra fear out of that. There've been inaccuracies. Terrible inaccuracies. So let's drag a few more Dahana to here. She kind of broke, huh? Got any city builds? Actually, wait, how are we doing? Okay, 5 fear. Have we got it? Oh, wait a second. I should set up for a good right of the land's rejection. Rather than whatever the hell it is I think I'm doing. Do we have... So I'm going to massive flooding to push... Can I push a couple of towns in here? No, there's only singular towns. Damn it. So if I'd had a land with lots of Dahanan towns, I could have used this to maybe win in the fast phase. Because that would be... 3 fast fear would have been enough. We only need 5 fear now. We could have played it with this to just win, so... But we still kind of got a turn off because there's no ravage, so we shouldn't freak out. Unless you unless you enjoy freaking out. Sometimes it's fun to get a little bit freaky. We could still lose to an unfortunate event, actually. I think that's the truth. Like something that's place a blight somewhere we don't want it. Yeah, it's not necessary. I mean, it does look pretty good. Don't get me wrong. But it could all go horribly wrong at any moment. I mean, the fear card could grant us the last fear. Okay. So if we survive this turn, then we can just reclaim and play the fear cards. So I actually think this turn we could just use reclaim 1 to grab Dark and Tangled Woods and play this for 4 fear. I mean, and if we just gain another power card, that means we could win. And the reason it's important for people that aren't so familiar with this game is that there's the invaders, the event deck. If you can do everything in the fast, then nothing can go wrong. So if you can work it out, I mean, even a fast town push would mean we'd win. What have we actually got? Sand build. Lots of mountain builds. What am I risking if I guess I can guaranteed win in the slow phase. Well, not guaranteed, but if I do reclaim and grab my rot. Sounds pretty gross, doesn't it? If I reclaim and grab my rot, I can guaranteed get 4 fear in the slow phase. Thing is that from this point of view of like nearly winning or losing, the slow phase and the fast phase are practically identical. So it doesn't actually make any difference. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. So we'll look at a minor power. Okay, there's some fast sphere. We got it. We got it. And there's elemental boon. All right. So we can just play our fast sphere cards and rejoice. But I actually think there were quite a lot of cards that would have worked. There's your elemental boon. Can you get Briny Deep back? Could do. Come back, Briny. Little Briny. Okay, so there it is. We scared them away. They have been scared. Thanks for the well done. Let's celebrate with a raffle. Very nice game. It went okay. It was interesting using the cast down once. Your chance to win a Steam key for a old but good indie game. A name in a Factorio base. Or even prestige, a pointless metacurrency. What did you name that river? Ah, thank you. What do we call this river? So I'm actually going to undo because it will remove all the information if I click to continue. Okay, so we did have the whole business. We should turn a light on. I might turn a light on. One second. Yeah, a little bit more lighting. We did have the whole business of cast down, right? So that I think that's an important part of this spirit of who they were. You know, they did forget about it later on. So they dabbled, it was like something about being tempted to destroy the island. But it did go, you know, this is a very fearful finish, isn't it? And this was crucial as well. So maybe cast into the rotten depths or something like that. All this temptation to just destroy the island, but then we'll just rot it instead. But yeah, that's the first time I think that's the first time the app have actually used this at all, this power. River getting spooky, that stage is really good. Yeah, well, they've got the reclaim. I mean, I know I didn't really use the reclaim one that much because we were doing a lot of this reclaim. It was interesting because I did go with like double place, and that was it. That was my presence placement. So I've not played River like that. I've heard that it's a good way of playing. Yeah, Chaos, this is a great game. A truly great game. Oh, you won. You won the raffle. Congratulations, Chaos. Woot woot. So, points. Oh, we have no points here. I'm away from home, so I'm on like a minimal setup right now. There's a prize list in the Discord. Now, you don't have to stick around in Discord. I know we're all in too many Discords. But if you go into the prize claim, there's a prize list. If you find a game in there that you like the look of, then put it in the prize claim channel. And after the stream, generally once I've recovered, I will just send you the Steam key. If you choose that, you could have prestige, a pointless metacurrency that I've not updated in months. But you will get it eventually. So I did vaguely promise that we'd try England 6 if I won that. I wasn't expecting to win that. It's a matchup I'd give for 20% generally on. So what is this river? Accelerated cast into the accelerated rot depths. It's not very catchy. You actually get some, yeah, if you want it, you don't have to have it. I've got quite a lot of keys because I mildly obsessively buy game bundles. Rolls right off the tongue. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? So, well, let's see if we can do England 6. And it will make quite a big difference. For some setups, it doesn't make any odds. And for all the serial killers that are watching from your prison, and well, Twitch viewers will be thrilled. Oh, I can't. I actually have to move my whole camera. There you go. The number that Twitch loves. Can't get enough of that number. I don't know why. They just love something being almost 70, I guess. Those people on Twitch. Thanks for the well done morning. All right, so I made a promise. So now my odds are going to go down even lower. I'm not sure if I've ever won this matchup. I have won against England 5 before, but I've not won against England 6 with River, to my knowledge. I'm pretty sure I've never won. 54, that's another good number. So yeah, we'll keep on with River. I see Raphael instantly just think a pointless currency that I could gamble away. Nah, we don't even have that. I did want to set up another pointless currency, but I just didn't get around to it. Okay, I think A board is probably the best for River, so I'm going to go with it because it's England 6. What changes? For those of you that aren't super familiar with Spirit Island, it's all the same nonsense I've been dealing with, except we've now got this. Independent resolve. So during setup, add additional fear to the fear pool per player in the game. So you'll notice that there are fewer fear cards here, but each of them cost me 5 fear to earn instead of 4. During any invader phase where you resolve no fear cards, perform the build from high immigration twice. This is brutal. If you're a spirit that doesn't typically generate fear. Now in that game we ended up generating a lot of fear, but early game we weren't. Press your friends with this one neat trick doesn't quite work for River. No. Right. So if I can get an early fear card, that would be good from the point of view of not losing. But I'd say my odds are a good chunk lower on this than the last one. +1 fear ends up being 2 actual extra fear cards. Interesting. I've never got around to doing that bit of maths. Hard to believe, I know. Oh, I've done just floating in midair. Got to be down here on this little bit here. That's better. Are you flexing your maths in the chat? Okay, so what have we been given here? This is on. Okay, this might be one we just have to let go right out of the gate, because there's already a town in there. But this is washable. Unfortunately, Ergotbot is back in Norwich Rest, having a well-earned break from telling jokes and being adorable. We'll take the sacred site in here because we're going to possibly want to target from it. And it's, you know, textbook. Turn 1. That's what you do on turn 1. Oh, wait a second. I've not thought about my River's Bounty at all. We could, of course, route the presence could go in here instead of here. And actually, that's better for River's Bounty. So we'll just undo that. Why is it better? Because I can take these 2 Lone Dahan and I can bring them into the same land with River's Bounty. What that'll do for me is it will mean there's an event that turns a Lone Dahan into a town. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it, you know, all these little bits add up. And we've still got the targeting here for Wash Away to push the Explorer in the town. We probably want to push into here, even though it's not going to feel good. We'll see. Can't post in the Discord because I'm not verified by phone. Okay. If you post it in the Twitch chat, I should be fine. Because I'm very on the ball today. But yeah, post your choice in the chat. And hopefully someone could put it in the... Actually, could I put it in the Discord? Just in case multiple people try and claim the same prize. Can't have that. So yeah, if you put it in Twitch chat, I'll do the admin. Like a hero paperwork. And I'll send you your Steam key basically after the stream, because it's just me. Okay, so yeah, we're going to want a bounty in here. Oh yeah, what's the Explorer? Okay, we did get an Explorer in here. Now we're against England, so they're going to build regardless. Can we prevent it? Not really. Not in this one. We could actually prevent this build if we really wanted to. I wonder if that's worthwhile. I think this river's bounty is just a good idea. We can't drag into these sands, which is something we might have wanted to do. But yeah, I'm away from home and I'm on a laptop, so I don't have full bandwidth. So if you sent me a Twitch message, I can't see it. So just put it in chat, which I can see. So we could push it to here and then push from here into here. They're still building here though, but it should, you know, it's one less damage in there for a future turn. And then we've got 2 Londons. Now I know stage 2's a way away, but you still, well, actually no, 3 Londons. Nothing we can do about this. Crash lands, awesome. Good choice. All right, so what I'll do, Chaos, I'll send you a Twitch message after the stream. Chaos unboxing. Unless you're in the Discord, which I'll send you one of those and I'll send you a Steam key. Cool. Well won. Good clean win. So yeah, I think this is the right pick here. I feel like I've not seen the event that converts my loan to Han into towns for a while. How do you get so many Steam keys? Because I buy bundles. Because I love bundles. You know, some people, they love trucks or trains or... So yeah, I don't buy as many as I used to. I just don't have as much money as I used to have. It feels like it's unnecessary. Like, it's nice when you get the lone explorer being taken out by Dahan sat there, but it feels like an unnecessary risk. And the early game is it can get so messy so quickly. I think in this particular set as well, because you've got to push these double placements right from the get-go. But I don't think it's even worth trying to kind of get that extra little bit of value. But then where do we push these guys to? If we push them here, then we've got a clear London candidate. Now it does have a disease in it, which is good. And then this is going to build. We've got 2 Londons, which is all right. When I'm talking about Londons, those of you that haven't heard me jibber-jabbering about this game before, the escalation effect or the loss condition and the escalation effect kind of tie in. So if you have a land with 7 or more buildings in it, you lose. And so that's the land that has most buildings is what I always call London, because it's shorter than saying the land with the most buildings in. But then you've also got the escalation effect that's going to build in your land that already has the most buildings. So it's kind of worth trying to spread your Londons. But yeah, I do get given keys to review and stream as well, but I don't give those ones away, because it's not really unless I'm explicitly told I can. I feel like I came in a little late here. I love board games. This one looks really awesome. How long does the game usually take? Are you playing solo? Yeah, I'm playing solo. I'm actually doing quite a hard challenge. So the game isn't... Well, this game is very, very flexible. You can do a lot with it. And there's a lot to do. I've played 200 odd physical games of it, and I've played probably a similar amount in the app. But this is a solo game. You can play with multiple spirits. It's actually a co-op game if you play it with multiple players. It's this game is so good that it basically... I used to play other solo games, and now I just, very occasionally play other games. But this game just kind of fired all those games. And there's just a vast amount of stuff to do. I think I'm going to take the risk in here. Because it kind of helps me keep this number as low as possible. Really butsome. Logic dolphin there. So I actually, when I first saw that, I thought it was butsy. Not a game, it's an experience. And what it is, it really is a game that you could just play this game, you know? You know, like the only reason I don't stream this every day of the week is because I'm not sure there's the viewership for it. There's certainly enough stuff to do in the game. Even in, like, this has got a couple of the expansions. It's got a promo pack and the first expansion in the digital version. But then the expansion pack after that, and pro pack after that, it just doubles the number of spirits, which actually more than doubles the amount of things you can do because of all the combinations. Wild. Oh yeah, we could just flash floods for safety in here. But yes. So yeah, this is solo spirit, which is one of... You can play with as many spirits as you can handle, but for my, when I'm playing this in stream and I'm also talking and trying to read and do stuff, it's too much for my peasant brain most of the time. Town building here. See, here's a mistake I made in that last game, was not realizing that I can actually combo flash floods with the second tier of my innate to actually do 4 damage, which is significant. So it's weaker than it would be against other adversaries where you don't have the boosted health, but it actually is fairly significant. So where do we put our presence? I don't think we want to put it in the deserts. We are going to be reclaiming River's Bounty. Almost certainly. The thing is, we're probably going to want to use massive flooding to actually to help protect these sands. But yeah, Chaos, it's like there's a lot to it. It's like the top-rated solo board game currently on Board Game Geek. But it's also a great multiplayer game. Now I'm kind of unsociable. I almost exclusively play it solo. But you don't have to be. Yeah, we're going to want to definitely preserve this land here. It does have so people that don't know the game that well, when the invaders get around to damaging the land, they'll put blight down on the board. But if there already is a blight, then they've actually put down 2 blight, so it's twice as bad. Will the Thames flood barrier put a stop to river surge? Use 11. We'll see. I don't have good odds. I wonder if I should play this slightly differently to the last one. As in, maybe start looking for, rather than pushing the double presence place early, start looking for that early fear miner power. Hey, Glimmer, good to see you. The eternal question. Because I think if I'm having double builds, especially if I'm having them constantly because I'm not generating enough fear, I've lost. Especially as River, like Green can allow a few double builds here and there because they can prevent the crucial 7th build, which is where they finally install the Thames into the London. But yeah, my poor other solo games, well, luckily for my solo games, they all died when my boat sunk. They mostly died when my boat sunk. So, you know, their suffering is over. So, could think about comboing the flash floods on the coast to destroy a city. But the push is so valuable. I think we have to maybe push. I'm also thinking about maybe grabbing Wash Away so that we could push from both of these lands. Lies to make us feel better, always. Always white lies. Hi! Hey Mega Chris, nice to see you. Looks like a hard challenge. I haven't had many wins against England 6 yet. Could be that I've only beat with Ocean so far. England 6 is, yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Ocean is the only spirit that makes England 6 I'd say it's one of the only spirits that makes it kind of not super hard. Like, yeah. Because Ocean just laughs at most of the things that makes England 6 good. It's like I've fallen into the tank and I've forgotten why I'm there. Yeah, we want to protect this at all costs. We could allow the town build here because we might get lucky with the defend. Actually, I think I'm gonna. Okay, so I am thinking about. I'm gonna reclaim River's Bounty, make an extra Dahan in here for potential messy counter. There we go. There we go. We finally got there. And then we're gonna get our reclaim 1, and we'll make a super sacred in here. We'll grab River's Bounty. Play all 3 of these. Not particularly because we want to play Flash Floods, given that I'm going to massive flooding in this land anyway. But because this means I get the next tier on my innate. I mean, I could have just reclaimed Wash Away for the same function as this. Effectively, the 2 damage isn't going to do a lot. But I prefer this because it means I can position an extra Dahan in here for the counterattack that will cut in on this following turn. See, I wonder if I should be reclaiming next turn instead of pushing, for the sake of gaining potentially just a useful fear minor power a turn earlier. Just don't know. We could safety first on this Explorer here. This extra Explorer here doesn't make any difference unless we get unlucky, whereas yeah, I'm going to be massive flooding in this land here. Let's safety first over here. Now River needs to do the job without Bringer, but in your previous matchup against England with River had to do most of the work anyway. Poor River has to do everything. Add an Explorer to land without invaders or Dahan. Beasts are destroying stuff, and we get to use a slow power now. Wow. So, given how bad it is for us if this does. Oh, we are going to be able to. Oh yeah, let's put it in here because we're going to be doing damage in here anyway. Because we want to push the town away from there. Beasts are going to store Explorers. And the slow power fast, does that make any difference to us this turn? No. Add it in here. So yeah, we'll do this. Make an extra Dahan. And this blights, that was expected. Didn't just forget, I promise. I do sometimes just forget. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to pay any attention to that land. Okay. Oh, I did it out of order because of that. I got granted the fastness by the Dahan. Okay, and then I'm gonna push from here. Kill this Explorer. And this push is just so that I don't have to worry about this Ravage next turn. Because with River, you don't start with a defend. So you kind of got to do this pushing business. We don't want to push here because then they'll build a city instead of a town. If we push into one of these, we're kind of declaring that one of those is London. Push it here, then that's getting quite dangerous. We definitely don't want to push it here. Here is slightly better, but not by much because it's all right. So I think this is the place to push it by elimination. Okay, so. What did I do last time? So this turn, if we don't generate 5 fear, they're going to double build in these jungles, as Glenn was pointing out. And there's nothing we can really do about that. Nothing. I think a lot of the time, what you really want to do here, the high difficulty, so not generally, is you want to get these this place, these presents placed, even if it means you have a terrible turn this turn, which is probably what's going to happen. The thing is, I only need to reclaim a single card to not have to worry about this Ravage next turn. I can just grab Wash Away, push the Explorer in the town out of here. Though, if I get lucky with my power card and gain a card that at least has a water on it, then I can push the town from here, which is most likely going to save me a Blight here. Probably have a Blight here regardless. And actually looking at this, it can get tricky with this because I'll often end up like looking into the future a little bit and then kind of forgetting where I've looked. It can be tricky, you know. P-Stradamus. Because the thing is that this double presence place enables major power shenanigans. I actually can't remember what I did in the last game. Oh god. I think I did do this. I did do this turn. I think it might well still be right. It doesn't look nice. Okay, I think maybe, given the particular board position, we've got a Ravage here that just even the most simple defend card defends. We've got a build here that is trivially easy to push with just having a couple of even just one starting card. So matchup is grim. Oh yeah, it's definitely a hard matchup. The double build in these jungles makes this London. I don't think we could afford to not have a Fear Minor Power for a turn any longer than we already have. So I think we don't do this, even though I think this is often the right pick in a high difficulty for River. So maybe we push the second, maybe take this energy. Because that enables us to do major power stuff. I know it doesn't look like much, but it really does. I think in the previous game you had 4 energy a turn at some point, maybe bring a card that River could place extra presence in that game. Crikey, your memory is better than mine, alas. I think we must have grabbed something. Is that the game where we had... did we have an Indo Claymore in that one? Something else that's interesting is that if we did this, we would have enough energy to play most major powers. But all it takes is a minor power a little minor power in here. Getting the 5. We had a claim on that game. Cleansing Floods, nice. Sounds pretty good. See, I'm living proof that you do not need perfect cognitive skills to play Spirit Island. Living proof. Trouble is, once I start playing like this, once I start reclaiming, it's like hard to stop. But yeah, we need to pick one of these, I think, to gain a Fear Minor Power. As a consolation prize, we could defend in here. I mean, it would still be, it'd still be okay. This would be acceptable. But the reclaim also means we can easily do something about this. I think what's nice about going with this option is that we will be... Okay, what's the reclaim actually doing for us? I think this is better. Yeah, if we could just grab Wash Away. If we get nothing of use, we could at least wash away these. But then it's like, well, do we look at a major power? We've got good coverage of the island. If we place this presence, we've got 4 energy for a major. And we could also reclaim one of our 0, probably Britain's bounty, of course. We could reclaim that, gain a little bit more energy. If we get a very cheap major, something like Tiger's Hunting, could even make a... That could be good. Wouldn't do a lot straight away, but it would start a kind of fear clock going for us. We don't have many beasts kicking around. I suppose if we target here, we could bring this beast over. Other cheap mages we could, like Savage Transformation, could also be good. Kind of consistent fear and beast investment. Or the minor power. We could get a cheap fear generating minor power. The thing is, if we gain the major now, we can tailor our future minor powers to supporting that major power. Whereas if we get the minor power first, there's, you know, that also means we're not having to get rid of any of our start cards, which is River. We like having our full suite of start cards because it means we can play our innate if we get enough plays. Yeah. 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 Given that we just need a fairly insignificant minor power in here, or even to help us with this, the thing is, we're gonna need major powers anyway. We might need more than one shot at looking at major powers to get something useful. I guess there's other things to think about, like maybe poison land or something like that. We could just splat this land. Actually, wouldn't poison land kill all those to harm? It's, when in doubt and you're struggling to work out what to do, just look at poison land and go, yeah, I could do that. Yeah, all Dahan. We don't destroy those Dahan. Not very nice. But 7 damage is kind of a magic number against England 6 or 5 because it's a city and a town. I think it is a minor power this time. The thing is, we've got Flash Flood, which is generally horrible for us. If we do go for power now, we don't get... Yeah, we need that Fear minor power. Or a Constellation Prize of a Defend. I'm not sure if this is right. I'm doing it anyway. Well, that's a cheap Defend. This is a very good card that I don't use, so sorry about that. Sap, Quicken, or Nature would be good to get if you're lucky. I think you could afford to look at a minus turn because you don't need to smash a lot this turn. Yeah, but the thing is, you don't necessarily get your beat stick from first try. That's the trouble. Alas, I don't play with Crucial Sacrifice. It's not just me that's like this, okay? A lot of experienced players don't use Growth Through Sacrifice, or even don't even have it in their deck. But apparently the devs don't want to humor us by removing it. I think I'm the only person that's asked to remove it from the app. So the Entrancing Apparitions does defend here. That's the Constellation Prize. But it doesn't gain us fear. You stopped always feels unsatisfying. I had a lot of fun with it when I first got Branch and Claw. Loads of fun. I've got nothing against it, but I think when you've played a lot, I use growth and I'm not ashamed. Hey, you can use performance enhancing growths if you like. It's a game after all. I did have a YouTube video where I used it, and someone who was so upset in the comments, I almost thought, I'm going to keep using this now. Okay, Elemental Boon is wonderful. Doesn't do a lot for us this turn, so we're going to have a nothing turn if we play this. If we grab this. At least Entrancing Apparitions is defend. It might not be enough defend though. We could grab this and not grab this amazing card that enables major powers for the sake of this, which is a 2 defend, which is going to be very rapidly irrelevant against England. The best thing about this power, the gathering of explorers is also almost entirely irrelevant against England. It does have water on it. That's about it. Gold's Allure is also great, but I don't think it's gonna... It's not great for us right now. I think we take this, have a very, very low-key turn. We'll take the energy. And I think now that we've picked this, we have to look at mages from next turn onwards. So this presence... I think reclaiming Wash Away is the thing to do. So we don't even have fear. We don't even have a single fear card. Hey, angels. Yeah, I know, right? Does look weird. Those Kettlers of Satan have been banished. Well, I'm trying to banish them, but it's quite hard, apparently. I'm doing what I can, but... If we use Boon, we could actually get a town push. Is there anywhere where that's relevant? Actually, there are a couple of places where the town push would be relevant. I'm gonna take it. Very expensive. Sometimes you've got to be expensive. Let's just get an air. England 6 it is again. Yeah, because I foolishly beat England 5. And I made a rash promise that I would play against England 6 if I beat England 5. Mistakes were made. Okay, this doesn't make any difference to us. Disease. Oh, it's a damage to invaders as well. And Fierce Mean. So we've got a couple of damage in here. We're not doing any damage of our own. So this probably, yeah, this doesn't make any difference. Bit of fear from Fierce Mean though, thank you. But yeah, this is an absolutely horrible matchup. That I think my win chance is like 5. I would maybe put it at 5%. And that's kind of optimistic. See, hopefully, if we can gain a fast fear card for 2 fear next turn, we might be able to get out of this double build in the sands. But actually, the double sand build isn't that bad. This is kind of bad. This is going to mean we're going to have build ravage in these mountains. And this here is going to be very hard to deal with. This we can deal with Wash Away, that's fine. This, on the other hand... Oh, and we could just lose up here very rapidly. I think this might be a wipe. Not just being dramatic for the sake of content. This is at 5. This is probably... Most likely this is going to be a card with an escalation effect rather than coastal lands, which takes us to 6. And then we're just at the mercy of the next escalation effect. We've got no beat stick yet, which is why I like looking as early as I can bear for beat sticks. So we've got the Wash Away here to kind of have 1 fewer Blighting Ravage next turn. We might be forced to Wash Away in here. But the trouble is, I don't think that's much better. So, but luckily there's no jungle builds aside from the escalation that will happen in here. So I think we do this, but we need to do something about this in the slow phase next turn. How much damage is this? 5, 7, 9. I don't want to push anything else in there. We could get lucky. Oops. Nine damage. That's beyond even Winds of Rust and Atrophy. So I think I might push a town out from here as well. Can mitigate jungle. Yeah, I'd actually kind of forgotten about that. Can take it down to 4, which is less gross. If we can get a counter here, that would be a big boost. Especially as it's ravaging. Well, ravaging to build doesn't matter. I guess if we get offered a defend card, we're even more excited about it. So we can take this 579 down to 7, which is defendable with more things. But if we're looking at a major next turn anyway, because we've picked up Boon, Hail Mary mounted defense is better. Yeah, it's all a bit Hail Mary, isn't it? We are going to get to do this the massive flooding in here next turn. If we take this from 9 down, I don't know. So we don't want to push into this ravage. We don't really want to push into this sand, but I think it might actually still be better than pushing into this wetland. Because there's going to be a double build in here unless we get fast fear. Okay then. So we've got 4 energy this turn. I think if we claim we'll have 5 energy, we could look at a major. If it's something that we have a little bit, we've got a good odds of getting a threshold. Trouble with gaining a major this way is we can't place a presence in reaction to it, so there are some majors we're not going to be able to immediately use. Because they might have a terrain requirement. But we do have sacred site adjacency to everything. I think the reclaim's necessary so that we can do something about this. I think the majors also... We need a beat stick. So I think we need to start looking now, even if this isn't it. Okay, let's cast down again. Okay, we've been given 2 cards that want jungle presence. Do we have jungle presence? No. 2 cards that I normally would really like. I think in this situation, these are both cards I'd value highly. Cast Down's trying to forgive you. I know, I forgot it, and now Cast Down's trying to forgive me. So... especially as I had that turn where I wasn't gaining energy from Vigor and Bounty. I think I'm just not going to be able to afford this. Also worth noting is I can't afford to play these this turn. Infinite Vitality would work. I mean, how much damage is this? 5, 6, 7. One of my Dahan would die, but the 2 would counter. Cast Down does have nice elements. It costs way too much, I think. I don't know. It does so much damage. I mean, in that last game, I don't know if you caught the last game, but it gained me a vast amount of fear. You only ever need to play Cast Down once. Yeah, getting that threshold is tricky, though. Even for River, who starts out with, you know, half the elements already. Oh, costs way too much for this turn. Okay, yeah. So Vitality would save the island from being blighted, which is good. Jungle Hungers, though. If we make sure we place a presence, we could actually use it. And we have Boon, and we have Boon of Vigor. We could actually use it to destroy 3 towns and a city. In almost every land on the board, apart from this coastal mountain. It's actually a beat stick we can use. That's the key thing there. And it also, we can use it to address this land, except wait a second. We need to push a town out of here this turn. Actually, no we don't. We can let this go to 6. Tiger's hunting is awesome. The island's going to be very blighty very quickly, though. That's the trouble with that. I mean, there's already blight everywhere. So we could keep the island healthy with Vitality. We are going to have a double sand build, because we We don't have a fast fear generator unless we go tigers hunting. The trouble is we can't target tigers hunting this turn. If I could target this turn, I think it would be worthwhile. Because it's just the fact it's too fast fear, we could reclaim it often, would be worthwhile. And the beast would generate its fear over the course of the game. But yeah, we actually, if we played it this turn, we wouldn't be able to use it. So I think by process of elimination, it's either hungers or vitality. Vitality would allow us a counterattack, which would prevent a double mountain build, which would be absolutely brutal. The counterattack would kill a city, getting us the 2 fear. So we would at least be able to use this turn. Jungle Hunger's been my favourite major in the beginning of my Spirit Island experience. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's good against England as well. It just... And this board is good for Jungle Hungers as well. Just this one land is out of reach. I think it's the pick. But... Okay, so to get the 3rd plant, we need to hang on to Boon of Vigor. So I think Flash Floods goes. And we remember, I can't target this turn, peasant, so don't even try. So we could go with a turn that's like this. We get massive flooding and wash away, which means that we can at least push away the town that's built here. Jungle Hunger is one of the few B6 that works well in high-level England. So if I play these cards this turn, then I can reclaim Boon of Vigor to get the threshold on Hungers. So we need that extra plant. But then we're not really doing a lot. The other thing to... Yeah, and we need to make sure we place a presence in one or even both. We could place in both of these jungles. I guess if jungle comes up as the explore card, that would be bad. But if it doesn't, then I think that would be good. But we still haven't gained any kind of fear-generating card, directly fear-generating card, which I think is essential. Thankfully, both of these sands are next to the jungle. So the double build here might not be so punishing. Yeah, okay. Bigger. Let's see what we get. Urban development, each city does +2 damage. Oh no. Adding disease and fierce mean. So looks like... Could add it in here. This is our potential. I know we are going to smash it, but... And it won't do anything this turn. It's also quite a worrying place because it already has the disease in it. Sorry, the blight in it. And it also has no Dahan. We're going to get some... Are we going to get any fierce mean? Just the one. So I think here. Oh, we almost got out of the double build. Not quite. Okay, so we get the extra build. So yeah, if this happens, it's sad. Memory fades to dust. At the start of each invader phase, each spirit forgets the power or destroys one of their presence. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm continually surprised by how many people think that this is like you just instantly lose. It's a bit tricky. I mean, it varies a lot from spirit to spirit for how bad that is. Granted. Okay, what did we... Oh, we actually got coastal lands. 2 more escalations to go. Build Ravage in here. Gross. Do we even got any Dahan? Okay, we do have some Dahan left. The Build Ravage is horrible. I don't know what we can do about that. We might almost have to YOLO major a little bit for a solution in here. What the hell would I forget though if I'm YOLO majoring? I've got nothing that's good to forget. So maybe it's more like YOLO minoring, actually. If we push these towns out, we might get a defend that would work in here. It would have been a cool interaction on event cards if disease was occasionally spawned from blight. Oh yeah, that would be cool, wouldn't it? I mean, it makes sense. Okay, so the plan next turn is this is worrying. I think we have to clear this out for the sake of hopefully defending it. Now, bear in mind there's going to be a build-in before it's still going to be horrible. If we actually want to target jungle hungers, we need to put a presence in one or both of these jungles next turn. Probably only one, because I think we need more cards. If we're reclaiming Boon of Vigor next turn, maybe we forget Bounty or Wash Away. It doesn't feel good, especially as this works quite nicely with jungle hungers. Once we run out of massively built up lands. Okay, so River's Bounty. There is a Ravage coming here after the build. Also a Ravage here. There's also Disease. I think if I'm going to bring Dahan anywhere, it's here because there's no Disease. It doesn't feel great that I might end up having to forget River's Bounty. It's such a good card. So we could clear everything but the city from this land. I think that's probably the right thing to do. But to where? Now we have a London here. Oh yeah, so we push to actually anywhere is going to be adjacent to jungle. But I think I'm putting a jungle presence in here next turn. So pushing in here is good because it's kind of adjacent to that. And as long as I'm using a threshold, I don't have to worry about destroying my Dahan. So I think in here is right. We don't want to make this any worse than it already is. This is often the reality of playing against England 5 or 6's River, is you're just doing a lot of pushing around to just avoid losing. Okay, we've also got the Coastal Ravage coming up as well. I mean, I could push this town out. Oh, weird. If I push this here, all of a sudden, this is now the London. We could smash that instead of this. That Coastal Mountain is a disaster with those invader cards. Yeah, this is grim. I kind of need a solution for this land. And it probably needs to be a minor power solution. Now, there are a few cards that would solve it, but not many. We need actual 6 defend. I'm not going to be able to put a presence in here as well as put a presence in here. And I need to put a presence in here. I think if I don't put a presence in here, then I'm going to lose to one of these overflowing. Actually, not even sure if washing away is... This is guaranteed to have an escalation effect. Maybe pushing this town in here. Then I get a choice of which ones of these escalate. I could escalate the one with disease. But it's pushing it to here is worse. This is horrible. If this blights, it cascades. Where does it go? Into here is better because it's not going to blight Ravage the turn after. And the fact it's build Ravage means that unless we actually have defend in here, this is blighting as well. So maybe this push doesn't do anything. I think I pushed to here. It's all very YOLO at this point. Okay. So we need to place a presence this turn. To get the threshold on jungle hungers. We actually don't need the threshold on jungle hungers in here. Except we'll kill our Dahan, which is sad. We need a solution for in here. So I think this is the option. All of my cards right now are kind of critical, I think. I guess the only one that's not critical is, okay, maybe Wash, actually. We're going to have 8 energy. We could look at another major power. Well, if we're playing Boon and Hungers and Vigor, then we're going to have a good amount of energy. River's Bounty save the Dahan in the wetland. Wash away combos well with Jungle Hungers in the future. Yeah, it's true. It's true. The threshold's significant. So we want to hang on to Boon of Vigor. I think it is probably Bounty. If we look at a major, it could end up being a defend here, which is a bit of a shame to use a whole major for that. But if it does, it does. It's such a important to defend that. If we're spending 4 energy, we could even afford Indomitable Claim in here. So yeah, I think we do this and look at a major. Almost certainly the presence is going to go up here, but we'll see. Look at the major first. Yeah, I think possibly with Forgetting Bounty. But it all depends on this. What do we get? Power Storm's kind of fun. Cleansing Floods is also good. Okay, it's also good. I mean, on this map as well, wetlands are adjacent to everything, and it will clean up blight. We're going to need blight cleanup. We can't afford to play it this turn, but that's no great tragedy. Except if we forget River's Bounty, then yeah, we're running out of water cards. If we do forget, how many water do we have? So we've got 3 in the discard pile, and this is kind of a water card. We can get by with 1 fewer. Power Storm is also possibly good because doing Jungle Hungers twice would mean we can clear both of these lands. And it would also kind of cost 0. It would cost us 3, but you know, we wouldn't. I often make the mistake with Power Storm of forgetting that I have to pay for the card. You'd forget Boon of Vigor before you forget River's Bounty, really. The trouble is, Boon of Vigor gets us our threshold on Jungle Hungers. We need that 3rd plant. The 3rd plant is an extra city, which is pretty significant, especially if we live for long enough to clear out the big clusters of towns. Yeah, exactly, Mega Chris, exactly. Okay, so Cleansing Floods is good. The Blight removal could come in really clutch, given that we're about to probably have 3 Blight come down. We can't afford to play it this turn, unless we skip Jungle Hungers. Skipping Jungle Hungers might be the right thing to do. Can we get the threshold of Cleansing Floods this turn? No, we can't get the threshold. This is a water. We could grab a water card from our discard pile, but that's not enough. You can afford it this turn. You're about to get an energy from Reclaim. Oh, I am. No? I ain't getting any energy from Reclaim. Because I needed to place a presence to put in a jungle. Okay, what about you, Mists? Hey, no worries, Glimmer. actually have any chance. I mean, we've got Elemental Boon. We've got chances of that threshold. And Bounty. Now, you might be wondering, a lot of people diss this card. It's actually really good. Beast Stonks. Fear. Probably not as good as Power Storm right now, because if we've got Thresholded Jungle Hungers, and we could hit this land and this land, that is a lot of destruction. And it's affordable destruction for all the family. I think this is the pick. I mean, it's pretty gross. We might be able to wombo our way out of certain defeat. Okay, so we need to keep Boon of Vigor for our Jungle Hungers. If Savage was a minor power that cost 2, I'd be more forgiving. Poor old Savage. So Wash Away is great with Jungle Hungers, especially in a world where I might be potentially doing multiple Power Storms. Sorry, multiple Jungle Hungers. I guess we lose Bounty. That doesn't feel good. And we're going to want that 4th play. So, we need to place in this jungle as well. So we need this. Oh, I could have. No, I couldn't have afforded it. No. Okay, so we're going to get to play Jungle Hungers twice. In here and here, I presume. And this is just horrible. We might actually have to Jungle Hungers in this mountain. Much to everyone's horror. So we're going to want a plant, a moon, and probably a water. Power Storm is, yeah, we're never getting that threshold. So we've got a little bit of flooding now. Why not on the coast use Jungle Hungers? Because I don't want to lose to the escalation effects in these lands here. I'm just considering it. I mean, these do, I mean, they are kind of okay. It's not ideal, right? We've got 2 guaranteed escalations. But yeah, these are also incoming problems that we need to deal with. If I put the presence here, could clear this land and this land. And these would not come back. Actually, I think you're onto something there. We can massive flooding in the land that gets escalated in to just push a town out. Oh, except we won't have a sacred site by then over here. Because when this cascades... Oh, we could cascade into here. You know what? I think you're right. I think that's just better. We won't do as much destruction, but we'll still be in the game. So yeah, I think that's better. So... Especially because we're going to be down to 1 blight. So... Yeah. Trouble is, it's going to be doubled up blight, so we could just lose to Festering Pits of Fun. Let's see. Why it flips them over like that? Why are you flipping like this? Oh, we've already had it. We've already had Festering Pits of Fun. Okay, so we won't instantly lose like that. We'll just instantly lose some other way. Okay, so... So yeah, we're massive flooding on one of these lands, probably. Though we could just massive flooding for more destruction. Okay, Bundesliga, Storm. Okay, I'd completely forgot about memory fades to dust. Well done, peasant. So, another reason why I need to keep placing presents. So if this blight we allow to cascade into here, maybe remove this other... This extra presence isn't actually doing anything right now. Missionaries arrive, huh? Okay. Are we cursing the tongues of the foreigners? Probably. Disease to land with city, 2 fear per player. And then cities do extra damage. We don't care about the extra damage. If we get very lucky, our fear card that we gain might deal with that land. Disease to land with a city. I think maybe putting some disease on the coast is good. Oh, Diogenes claim. Crikey. Crikey. Just going to finish this chain of thought. And then we'll get to the Diogenes. So I think we curse the tongues and we just pay. We pay energy. 2 energy. I think that's has to be done. And I think we keep the disease on the coast so that disease is being... Oh no, disease isn't being ignored this turn. Okay, so we actually don't want disease on the coast this turn because we've got to smash both of these lands. But we could put it on this land because this land's a problem. Let's put it on this land. We also get a slightly higher chance of the fear card that we gain sorting it out. Okay. All right, let's do a quick Diogenes. Okay, here's one Diogenes being hilarious. Diogenes from Diogenes Laertius 6.69. Well, hey, G389. On entering a schoolroom and seeing many statues of the muses there, but few pupils, he said, "Thanks to the gods. Teacher, you've got plenty of pupils." What a wit. What a wit. Imagine saying something so witty that 2,000 years later, people are still reading it from battered paperbacks. There you go. That was your Diogenes. Oh. Well done, Diogenes. Explore doesn't affect coastal lands. Okay, so we've got horrible ravages. So this cascades to here. This one's... And then this one goes here. Got 2 options where we don't instantly lose. This is one of them. Okay. So, I'm glad that the coast not being affected by explorers is relevant this time. Wow, so bitter, peasant. Let's just add it to the land with the disease in. Because the disease isn't guaranteed to work. Guess you're more of a stoic than a cynic. Possibly. Okay, but we do get double jungle hungers with threshold this turn, which is something. What has this changed? Okay, we've got a ravage in here. It's a sick card. If just a single defend, and this would all feel a lot less gross. We've got a single town push, which is mostly irrelevant. Though we could use it to bring a town into one of these lands. So we could take one of these sand towns and bring it in. Or we could even take one of these mountain towns, because this is a bad news ravage. So I think we take one of these mountain towns, push it into here, and I think we just smash both of these lands. Because we don't have any nice big defense. fine. We've got a little bit of fear going. So we don't really want the fast fear here, because what it will mean sitting on 4 is kind of good for the point of view of preventing the double build. So we've got this Ravage here. We've also got to remember, and we do have memory fades to dust, so we want to be placing presence. However, we also want to be having a turn. We don't. All of our presence right now is kind of crucial. I guess this one is less crucial than this one here. This is Jungle Hungers, and if we Jungle Hungers in here, we could take this down to a single city. Thank God, mandatory now. We are lucky in that we don't have a coastal sands, so we don't have build into Ravage on the coast, but that's about it. The island sounds a bit more intense with your temporary sound. Oh, does it? Maybe, probably the sound levels are quite different. Because I'm just using a laptop instead of my regular computer. Bit of West Country slipped out there. So we need a defend card here, or we lose. And actually we've got build Ravage, so we need a defend of 5 or more, preferably more. Or fast destruction. We're going to have 2 energy. So we caned all of our energy. Caned all of it. Last turn. We did do a good amount of destruction. We also have to think about our presence being just constantly destroyed off the island. So we don't want to be reclaiming every turn, which I think often is right with high difficulty river is going 4-2 and reclaiming a lot. But we probably want to slip in one of these when we can. So probably this turn we reclaim, lose this presence. Hope to get a defend card or a solution for in here. 3 defend. There's plenty of cards that could defend and a few fast cards that would effectively defend. Things like Winds is a defend card that would work. But then things like Towns of Lightning, though we can't afford Towns of Lightning. We're broke. We can't afford most of the mages that would help us in this situation. Is there a situation where a mage could help? Yeah, things something like Winds of... If we reclaim, we'll have 3 energy, so Winds would work. Winds of Rust and Atrophy. We've already forgotten... We've already missed a chance at Infinite Vitality. Indomitable's too expensive. Paralyzing too expensive. I think we have to look at a minor power. There's so few cards that will actually help us here. Yeah, Wrap. Do we have a good Wrap? We do have a Wrap that would work. There, glimmers there. Wrap works. Wrap would be nice, but it's such a low odds of getting it. 2 cards out of 35, I think, is the odd. Like, these 2 would work. And we can't afford some of the other things that would work if we had the energy. So I think we have to look at a minor power. Hope for the fear card that says defends the coast. I think looking at a minor, hoping for a minor power defend in here. Or if we don't get that, maybe fast fear. And I think we have to reclaim, lose this presence. The thing is, we've got Power Storm. If we can just hold on, we might be able to wombo our way out. Or wombo our way to victory. So I think it is a minor power to solve this. There is a beast in there. There is hope. And there are adjacent to Han as well. Okay, I think it is a minor power. What do we get? Well. well. That's not going to cut it. We do have nice elements for Power Storm, though. No fast fear. And the reason the fast fear is it gives us another shot at getting a fear card solution for this coastal city. None of these actually impact the board in a way that's going to help. I mean, we could push a single Dahan in here, which might make a difference. Won't make much difference. Oh wait, we could even Power Storm push 2 Dahan in there. No fast fear. Yeah, no defend, no fast fear. We needed basically any defend card. Could have worked. Even Sap could have worked because we could have used Power Storm to get the... Actually, no, we did need Defend 5. But we could have used Power Storm to get the air we needed for the ranging. So, given that we need Defend 5 in this land, we are left with only YOLO things to do. YOLO! So we can push a couple of Dahan in there. We may as well grab some energy while we're there. Okay, so if we do push in there and survive, what happens? Well, then we probably just die the turn after. Okay, let's speed up. Speed up. So given that there's a build here first, okay, so add a blight will just kill us. So we have to transmute the worst if we can. We can actually afford it. And it is a fear. Okay, we'll get a second fear card. So we had to do this anyway. Damage with disease, gaining an energy from that potentially. Except we just pushed. Oh, I've still got presence in here. So we have to transmute the worst. We could discard 2 cards. We're forced then to reclaim. The trouble with that is it means we have to destroy our last presence next turn. If we pay energy, that's all of our energy. Discard Jungle Hungers. We could discard Boon and Jungle Hungers. And then what do we do next turn? You can forget for the blight effect. Sorry, what? I could discard Boon and Hungers to pay. Then I've got energy for YOLO. I think I have to do that. And then we will be on 1 presence, which is, you know, disastrous. If I have the energy, I've got the energy potentially for something like... Oh, the other thing is we might just lose here. I'm going to put it in here in case the beast... in case we get beast damage from the fear card. Actually, I don't know if that's possible. Call to Isolation doesn't have moons on it. Okay, it is academic. It's academic, I'm afraid. So these The disease. I don't think a Terror level 1 fear card is going to deal with this land. Oh, actually, it might prevent the Ravage altogether. We'll put it in. Let's see. Each player may push an explorer into land with more buildings than the land it came from. Well, great. Each player moves an explorer town for a land with disease. Oh well. That's the end of that one. I'm glad I didn't crunch that for another 20 minutes. Alas. Alas. Difficult. Didn't get the early fear going. Maybe I should be in this particular matchup should be looking for the early fear cards. Kossab finally had his revenge. Look at the details for any serial killers here. Score of 21. I don't even know why it scores you in this situation. What time is it? 5:27. How many brain cells have I got left? Do I have enough brain cells for another one? Maybe. Maybe I do have brain cells for another one. Okay, let's try again. I think this is still the best. Again, my odds are still low. I think they are still in the region of 10%. Play Earth against France 6 now. Galario, what are you saying? Sounds like the kind of thing someone from a country with cats only have 7 lives would say. Although this is a hard matchup, at least I've played it now once already today, so that should help. Though my odds are still very low. Okay, so what do we get? Mountains early. Probably this is going to be let go. Like, what? Is there a world where we start looking at power cards very early? I think getting to this reclaim one is so strong. Getting to the third play is so strong. I don't think there's any world where we don't want a double presence place first. Glory can't beat France 4 with Earth. It's built too fast. Earth too slow? Interesting. If you get lucky and get a very early beat stick with Earth, very different kind of play. I mean, do I just like throw the regular opening out of the window? The regular opening being double place from bottom, double place from bottom, double place for 2/4. And just go start looking at power cards really early on. So something like power card, minor power. Next turn, double place. Missed that reclaim one is so strong though. Don't want to skip that. Getting to the reclaim one is a lot less strong when your innate is so weak. I'm hesitant, not sure. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that the reclaim one is so useful. It allows you to just rinse and repeat whatever card you've got. But if you don't have a card to rinse and repeat, then you are basically repeating River's Bounty. Now, this is a great card, but it's not getting you your fear, which I think is absolutely essential for this particular match. But the second tier of the innate is still very, very useful. And this does have potential to be useful if you get the right accompaniment. What does it even look like getting a card turn 1? Ing 5 is already very hard for Ing 6, just seems a whole lot less. Oh yeah, definitely. I think my odds are something like 10%, I'd say, maybe. If I get very lucky. Can't imagine this matchup going well without an early fear miner. Yeah. I mean, I think even with that, it's going to be rough, because how are you getting that early fear miner? You're kind of sabotaging your tracks in order to do so. Not sure it goes well at all. Yeah. I mean, you could even be turn 1 looking at a major. Flash Floods very rarely pulls its weight. The double presence place makes no odds on turn 1. So maybe turn 1 look at a minor power. It does seem pretty YOLO. I mean, we are able to still use Wash Away effectively this turn, even if we gain a card with completely random elements. Guess try it. Going with weird openings isn't necessarily the instant death you might think it was. Weirdly, when I was trying to learn how to play Thunderspeaker a long time ago, how long ago? 6 months ago? No, longer than that. I actually was starting with Thunderspeaker with the Reclaim to get the early card, so it's a little bit wonky, but it could still work out. Alright, so Drought, that's a power card against... Oh wow, this is just the best river card. Most of the time. I did forget Flash Floods early on in that game from a few weeks ago. So this is good. This is a good card. Not only is it perfect elements, it will help any major power I get. We're thinking grab energy, then double growth place into Reclaim. Interesting. Where's our starting blight on here? It's Sands. See, Drought. Drought is a flipping... It's a card. Is it, Peasant? Yeah. So, I mean, here's the thing. Just because by default this isn't that good, maybe if you do get a little bit of damage... Yeah, like, so if you go with what Glimmer's suggesting is turn 1 Wash Away, because Wash Away actually doesn't have the perfect elements for the thresholds. You start banking energy, you have options later. Yeah. And that second play turn 1, what does it actually achieve? You could kind of go with the YOLO early town push, which sometimes means you can prevent builds against England. This is good. Teeming Rivers, though, allows me to let these lands blight and then clean up afterwards, while having good elements for the innate. This is just generally perfect for River, though. Sky is probably better than Teeming Rivers, says Mega Chris. Probably, but given that I've got an unpreventable Ravage next turn in there, this I can use from turn 2 onwards. In another tab for a bit, come back to a nice clean island. Yeah, I cleaned it for you, Mr. P. Thanks for the well done. I suffered to make the island clean by suffering through a losing game. I mean, luckily I started speeding up when I realised, when it became clear that it was fairly lost. Could get some beast stonks going with this as well. It's a bit weird though. Just trying to think of what cards that I'd be making fast that would be where it would make a big deal, make a big difference. I guess Cleansing Floods fast could be good. It's pricey though. Things like Manifest Incarnation fast, maybe, with the range boost, which would be potentially good. For Teeming, says Glimmer. Teeming does have a plant, good for Jungle Hungers in that rock card. Yeah. I like that this has immediate utility. Well, not immediate. It's like next turn, after the Ravage, we can just clean it up. This, though, we can't reclaim it, of course. We don't have Reclaim 1 yet, but we could be using this to get beasts in place. Sky Stretches, of course, is conditional on having a slow power that we want to make fast. Love Teeming Rivers art. Look at that fish face. I know, right? Look at these fish. This little crab. Happy little crab. Not like me when I'm a crab. I'm very grumpy when I'm a crab. But yeah, you can't argue with fish face action like that. So yeah, we'll use that next turn to clean up this blight in here. This turn, we'll push this. Interestingly, we've now got the choice between 2 this turn and be able to push to 3 next turn. Do we really want to push to 3? 3 enables this innate, which is great. It's a great innate. If we take the energy... Thing is that because we're river, plays kind of become energy with bouncy and vigor. You don't often get frogs and crabs in the same water, but it's cute. Yeah, right. You don't, do you? Well, we need to change that. Someone needs to get out there. Please, 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 please don't do this. Please do not take crabs, put them in rivers, okay? I'll be very upset. Don't do that. Okay. I feel it's necessary to say this when you're on the internet because people don't know the difference between freshwater and saltwater species. These salmon, you see, they confuse everyone because they can handle both. The other thing is that this is cool, but it's not actually it's not a fear card, it's not a defend card. The energy is okay. What would we do turn 1? Probably a River's Bounty. Oh yeah, let's think about River's Bounty. Oh, that's unfortunate. To make us have no Lone Dahan, the only place we can do it is in here, which will lose our presence, and now every presence is going to be particularly valuable in this match. So, and actually grabbing from here into here is not great because then we're making a Lone Dahan over here. So I guess we just have to accept that that's going to be a problem for a bit. Let's take the energy. It's getting funky in here. So wash away so that we can account for this lad here. Yes, we are off-piste. Okay, what do we get? Sand, huh? Sand. Okay, so we'll wash away from here. Do we want to make this... Do we want to push to the coast? This would be disastrous to push to here, I think. So I think we definitely don't want to push to the coast. I think pushing to this jungle is probably the best place that we have as an option. So okay, so this ravage we're letting go and we're going to clean up with our teeming rivers. I'm wondering whether we just keep gaining minor powers like this. Splash, 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 splash. We just need to push a town from here. If we get our second play, we can Teeming Rivers just play any water card and we'll get the town push for this high priority land here. If we put a presence in here, we could Rivers Bounty and sacrifice a presence to get the counter in here. Blight will go down, but it's not too bad. Yeah, medicine, big change of strategy. Trying to prioritize gaining the early fear cards that we need, I think, for this particular matchup. We didn't get early fear cards. We got teeming rivers, which has got a nice fish on it. I'm wondering whether to go for the second play extra card. Again, hoping for fear cards, fear minor powers. Because the whole thing with going to reclaim 1 early is normally great in a run that's based around using your innate. Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of good luck. So we can't get to the third play anyway this turn. We didn't get our fear card. I think we just keep looking for fear cards. Invaders don't get scared from a fish, apparently. I know, right? The hell? Well, that's a fear card. A fast fear card as well. There's Poultry Speaker's favourite. It's also a fear card, but I think it's just too tight to pick this over Portents. So I think we'll just take it. Because that's kind of, yeah, that card is basically what we're looking for. Is anything going to get destroyed this turn? Probably not. Maybe the event will kill something in here. So this is our Portent's target. We want the second play. Do I make a sacred site in here, or do I make a sacred site in here? I feel like putting in here is slightly better right now. Because if this does blight, then we've got more choices of place to put the blight. This is probably a bad place to put the blight. This is going to be where the blight's going to end up anyway. So probably we'd rather have the blight go in here and then clean up. It's very pessimistic. Okay, so we're teeming rivers for this blight here, and then Ports to get the fear going. Probably. We don't get the town push with this combo though, because it doesn't have water on it. So maybe we don't do it this turn. This is fast fear as well. We could wait till we were on 3 plays. The town push is necessary, I think, in here. So we do want to play something with water. Let's River's Bounty. Actually, no. I think we want a Boon of Vigor this time. Why does it matter? Because I'd love to bring these 2 Dahan together in this land, but I don't want to put a presence in here this turn. And we won't have the Reclaim 1 spot open. Okay, so grab a bit of energy. In each land release 2 explorers. Push an explorer to an adjacent land without invaders. Beasts are getting pushed where they deal the damage, and then defend. We're not doing any damage anywhere, so let's push the beast in. Oh no, we could. Oh no, they can't go in there because there's a blight in there. Let's just push it in with invaders. We can get those stomps. So this blight's wetland explore, huh? Okay, so we can clean this up here. We can remove that blight. Oh, there was the idea of placing a presence in here, wasn't there? And using River's Bounty, and I just forgot. Oopsie. That plan was better. Okay, so we've got to push this town somewhere. Let's not push it here. That will make a city build happen that wasn't going to happen. Could push in here with this disease. I think that's okay. There's part of me that wants to add beasts, but I think we can clean up. Yeah, I think this is okay. It's okay. So we've got this Ravage here, which I think throwing the... I'm not sure about throwing away a presence in here. Not sure if that was right. I don't know. I think that would have been better. I think this turn we're going to have to flash floods if we actually want to this town to die in the counter attack. And then if we get unlucky with the event, well, it's dead anyway. So we can get to 3 plays this turn. We're going to have 5 8. We could play all 3 of these, which would get us, unfortunately, only the top tier of our innate. But we would get some fear, but not enough to prevent the double mountain build. Yeah. It does like zooming in like that sometimes. Do we look at a major now? What's even going on here? Splash. We don't have any more wetland or mountain blight. We will get one here, so I think we do hang on to our fish for the moment. Maybe Boon of Vigor goes. I think we look at a major this turn. We definitely don't want to be... We're placing presents so slowly. We definitely do not want to reclaim this turn. So I think we look at a major power. Because we're going to have a good amount of energy. We combo it with this. We might even prevent the... Well, Sea Monsters is a card. Do we have... River's Bounty has the water animal and Teeming Rivers. It is expensive. But it's such a fear beast. Especially... Yeah, Rot's there as well, Mega. It's such a fear beast. As long as you... Don't do what I did, was it last stream, where I forgot that I needed invaders in there for this fear. But as we're River, we can just push invaders in, so... So we can use this as a big fear beast. Unlock the gates threshold quest. River, I don't know. River's not really the spirit for it. See, we could just Sea Monsters unthresholded this turn. Or we can save up. Well, wait a turn to get the threshold really easily. And we can even be using rivers to add extra beasts in. Not in every possible land, but that... Okay, what about land thrashes? Quickly check it. It is a favourite of mine. Can't talk, apparently. Accelerated right... This third plant is flipping awkward. Though we do have it already. Okay, so this is jungles and wetlands. So... If we compare where they can target... This can target half of the map, but then so can Sea Monsters. Sea Monsters can target this land that's about to get big builds. Whereas Accelerated Rock cannot target that land. This card is such a ridiculous card, and we've got easy threshold. We've also got relatively easy threshold on Rot. Rot removes Blight, but we've already got that ability. I think it is Sea Monsters. Yeah, they unlock the gates threshold quest. Not today. So, given that we've got Sea Monsters, we definitely Wash Away is less important. Though Boon of Vigor could be important. We need that energy. It's expensive. It's an expensive card. I don't think there's anything... Oh, let's forget Flash Floods. Yeah. Easy decision. That I kind of nearly forgot to make. So... yeah, I mean, we could see monsters in this turn. I think actually hanging on a turn is probably better, though. Because if we threshold, it's even more ridiculous. And we're not so wealthy that we can afford to just play it all the time. And if we play this in conjunction with River's Bounty and Teeming Rivers, then it's thresholded. And we can add an extra beast in before in most of the possible lands that we target. But the trouble is, what do we do this turn then if we're not sea monstering? We might still want a sea monster. We definitely want to push to the reclaim 1. If we reclaim next turn, we'll only have 2 plays still, which means that there's no chance of this threshold, even though we have the perfect cards to get that threshold. So it's like we can't play sea monsters this turn or next turn. You wanted to use Flash Floods for the counterattack in the sands, but I think it's still the best card to forget this turn. Yeah. So we can't use sea monsters. We can't get threshold. Oh, wait a second. If we have a very quiet turn this turn, we could use thresholded sea monsters next turn by placing from this track this turn and then double placing next turn and reclaiming our fish. Old fish face here. Then we could play Monsters Bounty Fish face with threshold, repeating it. Can we afford to have a turn off doing anything this turn? All we're doing is this. If we target in here, we might get... hopefully we'll get lucky and actually get some value out of it. I think that's the better play. It's a little bit wombo-y, but we need the double placement anyway to catch up. So, where do we place a presence? I guess we want to think about future River's Bountying. And that's this land here. This is the land that I wanted to River's Bounty in ages ago, but I couldn't. So I think we put this in here. And we play this. And that's going to enable, next turn, double presence place, reclaiming the fish, having the energy to play everything. Very quiet turn this turn. If we get unlucky, this will get boosted. Okay, so we'll go in here. Perform a build step for one terrain not shown under any invader action. Beasts are doing some damage. And extra Dahan in mountains or sands. So, as we are not doing any damage this turn, we'll just take the... We'll just remove a piece in the way we can. So it's going to be an extra build step somewhere. And then mountain or sand Dahan. So we could save one of these. The thing is, because there are 2 on here, it doesn't make any odds, right? Especially as we've got a plan for these. So I think we add the Dahan here and get the clear on that land. Okay. This is double build those mountains is gross. But if we can put a beast in there and then double sea monsters in here, maybe it won't be so bad. Reclaim a fish. Does remind me of Space Quest 6, where you got a fish in your pocket that's pretty much useless during the whole game until the last moment. God, I think I played one of the Space Quest games a little bit. Very vague memories. Hey, Tets! chin up for half a year. Alas, I do not have chin mode here. Outlawed in the West Country. Thanks so much for the support, Tets. You should definitely all check out SRSLY, by the way. One of my very favourite streamers. My shout command's not going to work either, is it? SRSLY is awesome. Thank you so much for the support. 6 months in a row. Let's run a little raffle to celebrate SRSLY. Because, you know, that's the only emotional response I have. What did we get? Sand. Oh, come on. You're exploring the land where I both can't hit it with sea monsters and have no flipping... Unbelievable. Okay, so we've got to choose mountain or jungle for the build. If we choose mountain, we'll probably just lose. So we have to choose jungle. Oh, that prize command, by the way, is out of date. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. I'm going to put it on my bit of cardboard I've got here. Update prize list. The proper list is on the Discord. On Discord. So yeah, we can't choose mountain because this escalation, well, it probably is an escalation effect, will just kill us. So we have to choose jungle. Okay, so this turn, we hopefully get to unleash some monsters. There's going to be a blight in here, that's unfortunate. Actually, I should have foreseen it. Yeah, luckily we should be able to get some help from this. Refrain from raffle participation. When you've run the tail, it's time to retire. You did get three out of 3 wins the other day. It's very impressive. It was a thrilling thing to witness, I can assure you. So, what are we doing this turn? We probably want to think about rivers bountying. So, I already had the plan of rivers bountying here, so I actually don't need to think about that for this particular presence placement. I think this presence is just kind of extra. So I think we want to just put it in safe places rather than trying to expand. As a river, we don't get much benefit from being everywhere. I guess future rivers bounty placements. So this turn we do this one. We've got oh, wait a second, cousin. Got this ravage here. Are we doing anything about this ravage here? Don't think so. So we'll make this so that we still have a sacred site in there. Hey, nice wind, Blues. You love to see it. Blues finding a gap in their workout routine to just win a raffle. It does get easier the more exercise you do. That's what I hear. People tell me. Okay. I think I owe Blues about 6 name and base, I realise now. Actually, I think it might even be more. About to head out now, actually. Hey, awesome. Congratulations on sticking with it. So good. An inspiration. Yeah, I want to do more exercise. Another peasant in base. God damn it. Just trying to make me look like some kind of rampant egoist. I'm already streaming. What more do you want? One more. Enjoy your gym time. It was always hard for me to get to the gym, and I honestly have not done it much. My ex did try and get me to go to the gym, but it was all right when I was there. It was all right. I'm actually gonna just put more presents in here. Actually, because I'd rather it was somewhere I'm not likely to want to cascade into. Those 6 other names were intended to be peasants too, by the way. Yeah, thanks, mate. Cheers, mate. Okay, we're getting big monsters out. We're going to have to hit at least one of them in here to avoid loss. This is going to blight. This is going to blight. We're going to have a blighted island as well. Because we ain't doing anything about any of this. We do have the useful flooding, which we can use in here or here. Ah, damn it. We're going to get double builds too. Unless the event card helps us. Event card, hear my cry. Give me a fear. That also... No, that doesn't work. We still get the double... the double build. Except, I'm not sure... Ooh, accelerating the English as well. Oh, we might get a fear from Beast of the Jungle. We will get a fear from Beast of the Jungle. I don't want to forget portents to get rising interest, so I guess we are ignoring their curiosity. A town to a land without one. Is there a town? Land without a town? Oh, there are these. So I think we ignore the curiosity. So... Ascram. This unorthodox strategy has not paid off yet. They're going to be blight in here. There's a little bit better blight adjacencies in here, given this ravage is also unresolved. So I think that's slightly better, but not a lot in it. We do get a free beast. Now, this is not on the coast. We're never going to get beast stonks from that. Well, sea monsters beast stonks. So I think it makes sense to put this. Both sands are triple building and the town has to go in one of them. Yeah, it's horrible. Especially as the sand... The sand is my weakest land type by a massive margin. Okay, we do at least get a fear card though, so we don't get triple, we just get double, but yeah. Okay, we do get a wilds token. I think we just put whatever we can in our sands because that's where we need the help. It's a bit like playing thematic. Thematic on west. Okay, we're skipping and explore. Okay. Okay, so what do we get? Memory fades to dust. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Mounted Explorer. Okay, so we have to do quite a lot in here. We do have massive flooding. We can't interrupt this repeat to push more in there, unfortunately. We do have game-ending ravages next turn, but there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, we can help it a little bit with the massive flooding. Okay, we could make it so it's just the city versus Tudahan. Could work out okay. This is not. This is beyond the scope of Terra 1 fear cards. But we might not be at Terra 1 if we do double sea monsters in here, which I think is probably the right thing to do. Because that gives us a bit more chance of not just losing in the mountain ravage that will come as well. So if we do plonk a beast in here, and then we plonk another beast in here, and then we plonk a third beast in here, it's a lot of damage. What about removing blight with this? That's also a possibility. That means that these ravages are no longer instant game losses. They might still be a game loss, but they're less messy as this is. I like it better. The matchup needs a total shake-up in strategy. I think you just need the early fear and the early major. It's kind of interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, we need to hit this at least once. Or, alternatively, There are other options. We could push 3 towns from here into like this land. Oh no, we can't add additional beasts with teeming rivers. Yeah, I nearly jumped to conclusions on this crucial decision. In fact, the extra blight in here will mean more damage for sea monsters. So it would be 7 damage and then 11 damage, 18 damage in here. Wait, 5 3s plus 4 is 19 damage. But we could... This gains us the same amount of fear and it defangs this. I guess it doesn't deal with the fact that this is about to be a ravage. You can't remove blight from the sands. Yeah, I know. I was talking about the... I might have said wetland. I said sands when I meant wetland. Good relevant time of day to you too, Seamus. Nice to see you. I'm not broadcasting from my usual location. I'm in Bristol now. I feel like we want those beast stonk investments though. Oh, and we want the help from massive flooding in one of these sands. The thing with removing the blight from a sand is that we don't lose... Oh, maybe that was where the confusion was. If I can remove a blight from one of these wetlands, then I don't instantly lose... I mean, I could still lose anyway. From blight cascades in both of these sands. Given that I've got no direct solution to that, it's probably worth doing. Though I am going to gain loads of fear. So I think, actually, maybe teeming rivers in here to remove the blight. Oh, except ordering. Okay, we've got better ordering for this. And we need... I think we probably want to... If we massive flooding from here into here, we might have a better chance at dealing with this ravage anyway. So, of course, we don't have defend. We just have defend cards. Who has defend cards? Or you could just go for just as much fear as possible with just smashing this twice. And hope that the fear cards solve everything. The trouble we have is that these sands are weak for us. We've got nothing going on in the sands. None of our best sea monsters don't work in sands, basically. Teeming rivers isn't going to help us in sands. So I think removing this blight is good. We need to do something in here, otherwise we lose in this build, let alone this escalation. So actually we need to remove at least 2 buildings from here. If we just do sea monsters without any prep from teeming rivers, we destroy a single town. Fear card, each Dahan defends 1. I mean, that's not going to do much in any of these. If we bounty, we could get 3 defend in here. We could push... Oh, actually, yeah, right. It does kind of help with this. It certainly lengthens our odds. But I think we just need to do a lot of destruction in this London. We've got only 1 more escalation, actually. But it doesn't seem like a good idea to sea monsters without putting a beast in first, but then that's our insurance policy gone. Thing is, we are reclaiming next turn. We will get a chance to gain a useful card. We're probably looking at minor power anyway. Like the pull from mountains, double smash in wetlands. Yeah, I quite like it as well. We can't teeming rivers in here, but it does mean we can remove a blight. The double smash in here... Oh, sorry, we can't add a beast with teeming rivers, what I mean. We can't double smash in... If we double smash, you get extra value from this blight. And this stops being such a problem. But then... if we're removing the blight, then it's a partial solution for these, but we've kind of abandoned this. The idea of actually defending this. But I feel like the double smash is the best way to get this vast amount of fear. And this is also, this is adjacent to lots of things. Having a load of beasts in there is going to be good. I kind of feel like, because we've got a river's bounty somewhere, dragging this explorer is weird because we actually can't solve the lone, sorry, this Dahan. It doesn't solve the lone Dahan problem because this Dahan that was here is dead. So probably this river's bounty is best anyway. Smash a lot is better, I think, than hoping for a good defend next turn. Yeah, the thing is, the thing is, if we do push from here, we don't even need that good a defend. Just pretty much any defend card in the game will probably be okay. I like that this push into here does mean that we can remove a blight. Oops. Oh, it wants me to do some damage first. Oh, I'm going to have to think about this. 1 second. So, how much damage are we actually doing? We're going to be adding a beast and doing 7 damage. And then we're going to do 10 damage. So it's 17 damage. Ooh, glimmers there. So there's going to be 5 towns in there. 15, 19. So they're not going to clear everything, but that's actually, that's fine. $17 damage. Yeah, we don't have extra damage for this cities anyway, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so I think sea monster in here. If you don't kill the explorer, you can kill another town. It's okay, fine, I'll calculate it. Okay, so 17 damage. So I'm just going to quickly check. I know you've already said that. So 7 damage plus damage. 17 damage. Okay. If there are 5 towns in here... And yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay. It's not that I didn't believe it. It's more I just wanted to actually figure it out. Okay, so we'll push... Yeah, you're absolutely right. We can always undo, so... So it should just clear the land now. And it's just such a wild amount of fear. Okay, Terra 2. Okay, now we can teaming rivers and remove some blight. So they're actually building a city here now. Glimmer there. They're big enough to admit when they're wrong. I'd love to place another beast, but we need to guard for the fact we could just lose if we do that. The old could just lose conundrum. I think actually removing this blight is good because this cascade could go into here. Yeah, so we'll move this one. Even though, yeah, there's so many beasts in here that if we're using sea monsters, then we've only got 9 damage. So yeah, that. Okay, so this turn we've got this blight can cascade into here, this blight can cascade into here. Then we're sat on one blight. City build, town build. So these guys are going to be ravaging. How much energy are we going to have? We're not going to be able to get threshold this turn, so we might want to wait a turn. Gain some energy this turn, and then next turn do the Sea Monsters Rivers bounty. So this turn will be this pretty low-key turn. Or can we make a little turn happen? The fourth play is still going to be useful for us, potentially. Because what the fourth play means is sneaking importance of disaster in amongst everything else, which is a pretty big deal. We really need a solution, or well, it would be ideal to not be running on just one blight. What do we actually need? That's a 3, 5, 7, 9 damage ravage here. That's a 6 damage ravage. This one is kind of within the scope of a minor power defending it. Nothing we have here is going to help. Quicken we need. Oh yeah, Quicken. I forgot about Quicken. How could you forget about Quicken? One of the best river cards. Yeah, Quicken would be good, wouldn't it? Quicken or Earth Resilience would be good. I think all of our cards serve a purpose right now. I don't think there's anything we want to jettison. Even Boon of Vigor, which is often a card you want to forget, just because Sea Monsters is expensive. Can we make a turn work by gaining a minor power card? Or are we just not getting enough done? You can't actually do much about these in here. Really. Aside from kind of smashing them after they've blighted. I suppose if we don't get anything useful, we could maybe Teeming Rivers to put a beast in one of these mountains as a preemptive measure. Actually, this is the mountain we can hit with Sea Monsters. This is not the mountain we can. Getting the fourth... How important is the fourth play? With this many cards, it's not that important, actually. Claim or Wind of Rust also be good. Yeah, we can actually afford them. But yeah, but what do we forget? With this particular set, I don't think there's anything we want to let go. And then it's the fourth... The next present placement is for the fourth play, which I think is irrelevant right now. Maybe we get the fourth play next turn. If we reclaim this turn, we can either... Yeah, if we reclaim and gain this turn, next turn we could get the fourth play to accompany Sea Monsters Rivers bounty. I think I prefer that. Because if I'm playing something like Wash Boon Portents, I'm getting something done. We can't afford to not be getting things done. So I think we reclaim. Sea Monsters, you're not going to have the energy to feed it in another major. It's true. It is true. Okay, what have we got? Okay, these are cards. Okay, Sand Blight Removal could be clutch if we don't just die. We could just die. I hope you're all mentally prepared. And wow, all my Dahan could die this turn as well. God, it's going to be the most miserable island. More beasts, let's go. Yeah, it's like growth through sacrifice, really, more beasts. You know, it's hard to lose when you're running with more beasts. But I mean, look at the lovely art. I mean, we could, if we do... Root Bias is... I mean, I know it's more of the same, really. Renewing Rain would at least allow us to clean up these sands so they're not just an absolute nightmare. They're just mostly a nightmare. Except they're both going to be doubled up. But it would mean we could immediately clean up this jungle from the cascade. Does Morbius help with the threshold for sea monsters, or doesn't it matter? It does get us the... It does help us with the animal bit of it, yeah. It's just generally not a great card. Jungle Wetland... I mean, it could be alright in this situation. Wait a second. Jungle Wetland are kind of lands where I'm already okay. But this extra 2 damage, some of the time, is going to mean that maybe threshold, maybe this becomes more relevant. Maybe tier 2 becomes more relevant. We've got the threshold for sea monsters. Oh, we can actually get sea monsters this turn. Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Morbius is usually the weakest card of the base game, in my opinion. Usually. But maybe today is not usually. I mean, it does mean we can see monsters this turn. That's because it saves us an energy. If we spend some of our zero-cost water cards this turn, that we can Morbius this turn. Which is nice because it also means we'll be... I mean, if we get the repeat, we can just smash stuff. You don't have the plays. You don't have the plays. Oh, you're absolutely right. We don't have the plays. You don't have the plays. It could still be worth picking up, though. This is our kind of off-brand turn. So we've got our Sea Monster turn we'll do next turn with Rivers, Monsters, Bounty. We could still pick this up. For this turn, just for, I mean, you know, fear, an extra fear is pretty good. What is my turn? We probably definitely want to, with Portents, Boon, Wash Away. Wash Away depends what this Explore card is, whether it matters. I mean, it's almost likely, certainly going to help in Jungle or Wetlands, but not actually that much this turn. Wash Away is not a good card to play this turn, it turns out. Not really. So Renewing Rain, though, is going to do something useful for us this turn. Begrudge the energy it's going to cost a little bit, though. If I play more Beasts, Portents, Boon, we actually don't get enough water to use this. I think Renewing Rain might be the pick. Yeah, it's tidying up some of the blight. Still don't like that it costs energy, though. Don't like it. But these 4 cards are great together. The Wash Away, being able to play that as well, is pretty good. Because that means we could push a load of stuff in. Rain at least cleans up the Cascade Blight. Yeah, we can clean up this one here or this one here. But I mean, we could just lose this turn. If we get unlucky, we're out. We're out of here. We are only on 1 blight. The game sometimes just boots you out for that. We do have 3 cards. Well, our best chance of getting the extra fear from Portents is probably from damage from Dahan. Oh, we're only on Terra 2. Yeah, we'll try in here. I think this is our best, our most likely Invader getting destroyed. Memory fades to dust. So, as this is quite likely to be destroyed in the future anyway, we'll get rid of that one. Let's see what we get on events. Missionaries are back. God. Can't keep them away. We got lucky last time with this. What does the 2 fear mean? An extra fear card Terror level 2 fear card's decent. How much yellow have we already got? We don't want to discard one of these cards. Though we could and reclaim it. Which actually is fine, because these are the cards we wanted. And maybe I should have played one of these. Oh, I should have played this turn. Actually, no. I think Renewing Rain's also valuable. But that was more by luck than by insight that I didn't play. I think I could have... Yeah, this would have been better. We could have seeded this with another beast. So we could just... I think we curse the tongues this turn. I think with this situation, the fear cards were unlikely anyway. This is too much. Too much for 3 Terror 2 fear cards to deal with. Our only likelihood are things that actually prevent Ravages. Which, I don't know, you don't get that. Like Disease and Strife, we don't have those things anyway. So I think we curse the tongues. And we discard something. So I think that was a mistake. I should have played this last turn. I guess it means that I can discard this turn. But actually, I think it would have been better to maybe put a beast in one of these lands. What, this land? Okay, so we can add a disease somewhere. These sands are our most awkward lands, so I think we want to add a disease in one of those. Well, yeah, we've got nothing really going on in these. Okay, let's see. Skip the next normal build. The build card remains in place instead of shifting left, everyone's favourite. Do we care? Each player removes an explorer or town for land with beast disease or at least 2 Dahan. Okay, well this is out of reach, I think. Well, it's not necessarily out of reach. This one is... I think we've got more likelihood of saving the day in, so I think this is good. Also, the cascade here is more favourable. We don't care if they cascade into here that much. Cascade into here could be awkward. So I think I'm going to remove this town. Each player removes an explorer in a town for land with beasts, or an explorer from a land adjacent to beasts. Okay, we can remove this town. Okay, looks like we're not. Okay, each player chooses a different land, and chosen lands gather up to 2 Dahan and 1 damage per Dahan, if Dahan are present. 1 damage in total. Okay, so in here, at least, we will gain an extra fear from killing an explorer. Because it's got the portents on it. So, it's better than nothing. Moving Dahan out. Town? What are you saying town for? You're trying to catch me before I move on. Never mind, misread. Okay. Yeah, alas. We only have 1 damage. Moving Dahan out's interesting, though. The thing is, we don't have defend cards. I mean, you know, it's not ideal to have no Dahan on your island. And they are all going to die apart from this one this turn. But the Dahan aren't really doing anything for us. In a world where defend cards don't exist, we could take a fear, or we can salvage 2 Dahan. Salvaging 2 Dahan is kind of good. It does mean we get the energy from bounty. I think you're actually right. It's better to have that than 1 fear. So we'll save these 2. Because energy is probably more important than that 1 fear. Okay, so here we go. We've got a lot of blight going on here. So this blight We'll cascade it to here. That one... Oh, we've lost our sacred site here. So, I guess in here with all these beasts. Coastal lands could be okay. Okay, so we've got a town push. Okay, so the mountain build is first. It doesn't really matter so much, right? For these cards do seem to shift around a little bit. The UI can be confusing. Okay. So, I guess this... Oh yeah, we can't remove that blight with this. This is jungle or sand only. So I think this jungle, at least it turns this from being a blighted into a non-blighted land. Which I think is probably... Yeah, especially given we're not using this next turn. I think if we could double remove from this land, that would be better. And we've been kind of forced to reclaim Teeming Rivers next turn. So I think we turn this from blighted into non-blighted. And then we've got a town push. So, Sea Monster's turn next turn. Weirdly, no Ravage. There's going to be a double build in this mountain. Because there's going to be the coastal build, the mountain build. Probably pushing away from a sand is just a good idea. Except from here, I guess oh no, we could push into this coast, into this wetland. Not only can we remove blight from here, we can also see monsters in here eventually. Yeah, these are not going to get prevented because we are playing against England. So I think pushing from here to here is better. These are still possibly... One day we did get a defend card. It might be easier if we don't fill that land with invaders. Okay. So no Ravage this turn. It's a shame we don't have... Yeah, I think minor misplay about the Teeming Rivers. I mean, it turned out okay because the event kind of meant that it was okay that it was still on our hand. I think that was a misplay. All right. It's so much fear to see monsters in here, though. So I think we want the fourth play. We're playing these cards. Interestingly, if they double build in here, we actually can't wash away into that land. What would be nice would be... So if we reclaim our Teeming Rivers, place a single beast in there, smash it for the 6 damage, which would be 2 of the towns that get built, but mainly keeping England under control and gaining a chunk of fear. Then we could just smash this for 8 fear. It's having pushed some more stuff into there. So actually, maybe this was a mistake here. We might want to push this town into here next turn. In fact, it will let me do that. Let's aim to do that. Yeah. We don't care if they build a city in there next turn, because we'll just smash it. Yeah, that's a nice little improvement there. Nice little improvement. So, we do want the 4th action, though. Yeah, we want the 4th action. Do we need sacred sites over here? We are rivers bountying. We can finally rescue this Dahan. We're grabbing our rivers. Yeah, we could smash in here and actually push some towns into here as well. Double presence placement this turn. Oh, did I make a mistake? I actually haven't thought about that. Have I spent all my brain power? It's possible. Okay, double presence placement. What does that do for me? 5th play. Could be good. We've got 7 cards now. With Reclaim 1, that's pretty nice. Because I'll lose a presence. Yeah, that's true. I just defaulted to this. How many cards have we got? 7. So kind of from the point of view of playing the number of turns we can do before a reclaim, we've kind of got 8 cards. So 2 turn, like a reclaim turn and then a non-reclaim turn. The double presence place. Yeah, we don't need to gain a card this turn. Am I confident this is enough? Do we have enough here? We do have sea monsters, which is a lot. Is it enough? What do we actually what do we need another card for? Now we are playing with memory fades to dust, so we can forget a power instead of destroying a presence. The nice thing about this is we'll kind of end up a presence up, right? So we could double place in here. I'm trying to think what... We can't afford another major. What minor powers would really help us? The thing is that 5th play could be a big deal. But it's not a big deal now, given what we have. We didn't take those Savage Maw beasts. We don't have that extra pip of damage to make our innate relevant. But the 5th play could be more Portents of Disaster. But then we're having we don't have enough cards to really make a difference. Without this turn, the 5th play does nothing for us. Because we can at best reclaim 1 from our discard pile. We can't get 5th play if we go with this option. Maybe another fear card could be good, like Rain of Blood, something like that. And we can forget it instead of losing presence. If I go for 5 plays this turn, then after the reclaim, I'll gain a card in the reclaim. I'd then be in a position... Because I'm probably going to reclaim this next turn anyway. So we then have 5, which is nice. It's nice. Growth 2, growth 1, growth 3. Let's 5th play this turn, Mark. Yeah, I think it just kind of works anyway, actually. Because that 5th play could enable a big turn. Said that confusingly. Sorry, I got there in the end. Because yeah, if you do it then we'd have 2 more cards, so we'd have a total of 9 cards, which is perfect. Because while reclaim 1 kind of means it works out. So yeah, I think you are correct. We go for the 5th play now. So we'll keep our sacred site coverage of the island. Do we have a good place to River's Bounty into? I don't want to risk any more presence. The River's Bounty is mainly just for energy right now. We still don't have defend cards. So I think we play it safe with this presence placement. Especially given that we're not looking for mages that might want jungle presence or what have you. So I think making another presence in here is good. Okay, so we get our rivers back. We've actually got that level of flooding. Presence you now place is lost again, probably. That's also true. Yeah. So, just doing lots of slow phase stuff. I don't... Yeah. So I'm going to stop and think about this. No, I'm not. So yeah, stream. Add a blight to a land with or adjacent to buildings. We can destroy 2 presents to prevent it. I'd rather not, you know. So 2 presents takes us down to 2 presents on the island. Given that we want to reclaim next turn, that's not ideal. Because often destroying presents is your kind of get out of jail free card for some of these nasty blighted island effects. So, what else is going on here? It's tempting to put it in here so that if we double smash it with sea monsters, we could clear it for this horrible double ravage we've got here. 2 presents too expensive here, says Glimmer. You'd only have 1 presence left if you destroy 2. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking putting the blight in here. Because it will at least translate into extra damage. What it might mean is that we want to clear this land instead of... Because there is a double ravage here. Of course, we don't have defend cards. Who'd have defend cards? So there's going to be 2 towns built in here this turn. Which is a total of 12. Plus 6. 20. God. Oh, if we put a blight in here, we can't stick an extra beast in with Teeming Rivers. Which is kind of a shame. Yeah, Glimmer's a step ahead of me. Inland mountains. I'd rather put it in a land that isn't going to be ravaging soon. Maybe this jungle. Because at least in this... Yeah, I think this jungle is preferable for me. Yeah, because the mountain's going to ravage soon. I'd much rather place an extra beast and do more damage and more fear than clean up. Does Team Rivers need to be used to add a beast to clear the coastal mountain? I don't think that double sea monsters here is gonna. It makes a huge difference. Thanks to the mountain ravage, you need more coffee. Okay, so if there's no beast in there to start with, then sea monsters repeated in the same land is only 9 damage, which is it's all right. But you kind of need more. By adding an extra beast, you're basically making that 9 into 15, which is huge, and an additional 4 fear, which is huge. So I think we can't use our rivers on removing blight. I think we need to put the blight in here. Push more in. I don't think I've got any beast pushing. Have I got any beast pushing? I can push lots of people into here, which was the initial plan, actually, wasn't it? So we've got a little bit of disease damage here. Oh yeah, I always forget I've got damage on this. What? Do we not have fear cards this turn? Oh yeah, we had a quiet turn, didn't we? Horrible. Oh, get out of my sands. Get out of my flipping sands. It's outrageous. Okay. So we can't add a beast with teeming rivers in here. So we'd get 6 and then 8 fear if we just doubled it in here. No, sorry, we would get 16 fear if we double smashed in here. 16 fear is, I think that's probably our, you know, it's going to be, we could just lose regardless. That's probably our most likely route to a victory is to, it's just a shame about this double ravage here. Can we clear this land? 12, 18, 20. We need to do 20 damage in here. If we put a beast in here and then sea monsters twice, it'll be 6 plus 9, 15 plus 2 damage. We wouldn't clear it. Can you get enough fear to reach terror level 3? To reach terror level 3, we need 19 fear. So I think if we double sea monsters in here, then yes, because we'd get 16 from sea monsters, just the fear alone, and then the damage would be extra. So yeah, if we push enough towns in here, we've got 2 good pushes. So pretty much any towns we push in here are dead. Probably you need to push from this mountain. So yeah, maybe the teeming rivers actually is for blight cleanup after all. Might get a fear cult coastal defense, that's true. Yeah, we've not seen that one yet. And the thing is, once you get to Terror 3, scapegoats can come out. We've not seen, have we seen scapegoats yet? No. And scapegoats can, you know, change everything. What damage? I've forgotten what damaged the city. So yeah, I think we need to max fear. That's the only... Is everything that goes in here dead? I think it must be. Because it's 12 damage plus then 15 damage plus another 2. So yeah, whatever we push in here is dead. So with that being the case, I think this is the most efficient way of reducing this. Destroy the 2 explorers and then push these in here. Maybe we teeming rivers for a future sea monstering in here, because these cities ain't getting pushed. It's not their way. They're not into it. So actually, we probably do want to bring these. I keep wanting to take this Dahan away from here, but we probably want to set up for potential counterattack in here. So this is 10 defense, but how are we going to get 10 defense? Okay, so currently it would be 12 damage. Oh wow, that's the... we nearly lost that. Wash away on jungle. I'd rather kill more towns and get more fear. If there's a win here, it's a fear win. This also doesn't have, this jungle doesn't have blight in. We can actually let this, well no we can't. We can't let anywhere go. Yeah, we need to clean up with teeming rivers. We need to clean up some blight. Probably this. Just realised we've got coastal build into jungle sands. Luckily that's just this land. Ah, okay. Maybe we do empty this land, given that that's coming on. I mean, we should get to level 3. We're going to clear whatever's in this land, plus get 16 fear, so that's level 3 already. But I think given that we've got Ravaging to build here, we want to make sure... And this way we're only going to have these two lands ravaging next time. This one will ravage twice though, which I think is possibly an unassailable problem. If we took this down to 2 cities though, more defendable. Given that we're going to reclaim this turn, we might be able to drag, we would be able to afford a minor power. Oh no, we've got River's Bounty as well. Oh, we're about to get a load of fear cards. Let's drag these to hard into here where they might destroy some stuff. So get some fear going. 13 damage. So yeah, we do need to do both. So yeah, I think we just maximize this fear. Given that we're at the stage of the game we're at, there's a high likelihood that an invader is going to wander in here anyway. So we should be able to do this, especially against England. We should be able to do this whenever we need to. So given that we only have 1 blight left, we need to just clean up a blight somewhere. So given that there is going to be a ravage in here this turn, we could get... seems safer. You see that Sea Monster's a lot more powerful than Rot is. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's a very ridiculous card. It took me a while to realise it, actually. It does require setup. I mean, everything is now Sea Monsters. Like, everything I'm doing is thinking, can I fund Sea Monsters? Can I get the thresholds on Sea Monsters? I think we remove this blight. We don't need the extra Sea Monsters damage there, and the Cascade, if we survive it, will come into here. Here we have a problem. Like, we've got 4 fear cards at Terror of 3, which is pretty good. This could blight this turn. But we need to defend 9 on the coast. We're going to have 4 energy if we reclaim. None of our cards actually work. Oh, we can actually very easily get a 5th Terror level 3 fear card. So we need to gain a card whatever we do. There's no benefit of placing that extra presence, no immediate benefit. So I think we have to reclaim. What are we actually doing this turn? Portents is the only thing that actually looks... Maybe Portents seeding more beasts. We're completely dependent on the fear deck right now. Hey, Seafer, good to see. Never knew you like this game, I know, right? We've all got secrets, mate. We've all got secrets. Nature's resilience is not enough, though. Because this is 3 cities right here. So we need 9 defend, which a minor power can't really give. So we need fear. I guess it's partial. We might get some strife. So we could, like, if we do get something like Nature's Resilience, we could double strife a city. Maybe. So if we are going to win, it's because we play Sea Monsters next turn, somehow surviving this turn. And look at these jungle sands we need to think about as well. So are there major powers that change this in a big way? I guess something like Paralyzing Fright. Can we get Threshold on Paralyzing Fright? We can't afford to. We can't afford threshold on flight because our mounted cards all cost energy. Odds of getting claimed probably low. Probably not 1 in 10, roughly. Thing is, not sure I'd want to spend. I mean, I guess it stops me losing, right? But spending all that energy on claim pretty much rules out sea monstering on a subsequent turn. Whereas Paralyzing Fright at least keeps the fear game chugging along. Because that's the thing. This is not that much fear. If I play Portents this turn, it's only 15 fear to win. If we had one more energy... Can we survive? Can we gain a card that will mean we can survive to do a sea monster's turn next turn and win? How many cards we got left? What time? The trouble is, this being slow is horrible. We've already. Is it this one where we've forgotten? We've forgotten you. If you get an animal minor for 0, can you see monsters? No. Pretty sure I can't. I think this has changed in the app slightly. I think they used to add this afterwards, but they've added it immediately now because I think people were getting confused. So yeah, I think I've already got it. You have 5 energy this turn. No. No, Frodo. I think I've already been given this. Could be wrong. I think either way, I'm looking at a minor power, aren't I? And hoping that the fear deck solves this. Actually, if we undo, we can definitely see. Let's undo. Yeah, so here I am with 1 energy and then gaining 2. And it's giving me that energy. So yeah, definitely only 4. The thing is, next turn is ropey as hell because it's going to be Jungle Sands Ravages. And probably this will blight unless we get very lucky with, like, any fear cards I'm going to be putting into stopping losing over here. So probably by the time Jungle Sand Ravage comes along, I won't be able to survive that. That's the trouble. The trouble here. But 5 Terror level 3 fear cards, so, you know, that could turn a lot around. The trouble is, unless we generate a lot of fear this turn, to help us, like hopefully this turn, all these fear cards are going to help us with this disastrous land on the coast. But we won't generate that much fear this turn because most of our fear generation is sea monsters. I mean, all of our other slow stuff doesn't really do a lot. Interestingly, could we far innate if we got something like Quicken to do extra damage in a land to get a little bit more damage in? Maybe. The trouble is, if we do successfully survive this turn, I don't think we survive till the slow phase next turn. Not only that, but we don't have the minor power available that would make this fast. It's in the discard pile. What did I take instead? I took Portents. So the question is, is there a major power I can take that does mean that I can generate the additional 15 fear this turn or next turn? Teaming over Sky and Stretch is okay. Like these sands as well, I've got double blight in. I can't do anything about these. I could do something about this turn. So this is like an allowable ravage, but these I can't. So if we live in a world where we don't survive to play sea monsters, how do we win? And yeah, sure, probably the answer is we don't. That's the nature of this kind of challenge. You can grind your gears against it all you like, but you don't win. Oh yeah, no, I've got no regrets about the decision, but it's more like I need to factor in that I cannot get Sky now. Yeah, I was just quickly sanity checking this, but there's no way of getting extras. So, like, if I was to... Let's look at this deck. Something like... Pent-Up Calamity? Something like Pyroclastic Flow? Though I think the elements are horrible. Something like Trees and Stone. Ooh, even Tigers Hunting. Do we have any jungle presence? We don't have jungle presence. Only Paralyzing Fright can give a fear one, maybe. The trouble is we can't get the Threshold. We've got the right... We can't afford our Earth cards as well. But that would be next turn, right? Wouldn't it? So that's... So if we survive this turn, make it to next turn, maybe we look at another major then. I think a Minor Power is more likely to... What are we actually missing? Okay, no defensive majors there. We've got a budget this turn of... So we could have... Infinite Vitality would be good. Claim would be good. Fright would be good. I mean, it would be good. Pent-Up Calamity could be good. Winds is not enough to defend. Unless we use Threshold. We could get Threshold. Oh, no. We're not very airy, are we? No, we're not airy enough to get Threshold on Winds. Wrap. We actually do have a wrap, but that's not enough to defend, but we could get... Hopefully the Fear card will help us. I mean, maybe we do look at a major. Given how dire it is, given that our win condition is we're not likely to live long enough to use it. And I think our odds of finding... Like, so Minor Powers that save us here. Quicken is not enough, because we can't use it in the land that counts this turn. It's still good, but it's not enough. Yeah, I think it is major. We look at a major. Does placing a presence help, or do you need to place more cards? I don't think placing a presence doesn't help. And we have nothing in our hand. I think if we had a presence place and energy gain kind of option, like a lot of spirits do, it'd be tempting to use that and just reclaim sea monsters and play it for the fear. That's assuming that the invaders explore in here. Which they might not. I think we look at a major. Possible replacement for sea monsters. We don't live past the turn where there's a jungle and sand ravage. It doesn't happen. We don't survive. Given that this turn we'll be lucky to survive, if we do, we'll be on one plate. So I think we look at a major that could mean we live. Well, these are not majors that mean I live. This is Fast Fear. This could... Will we be able to afford it next turn? Maybe, if we plan for it. And 5 damage in Mountain Wetlands. So that means we could kill a city and gain 3 fear. So we can gain 5 fear in the fast phase with this. We don't have Threshold, but this could be 5 fast fear on a future turn. These other cards don't really do anything for us. These are almost bad enough that I'd forget them, except this could be the 5 fear we need. If you had the energy talents, it would have been good. Yeah, it would have been. It could still be good. It could still mean we win if we get lucky with our fear cards. So I think this is what we take. And we forget something. I'm almost tempted to just forget sea monsters, but there is a small chance that we live to use it. A tiny wafer-thin chance. So I think... Do we forget Wash Away? Forget Wash Away because it has fewest elements on it. Tsunami? You think Tsunami? Actually, I think I didn't look at that very closely. Threshold's kind of easy for us. We've got Renewing Rain. If we had the energy... Minimum 4 fear, and then whatever we destroyed, so a couple of cities. So probably 8 fear for Tsunami. It's slow. That's the trouble. That's the trouble, because I'm not predicting we live past this turn. Outside of outrageous luck with our fear cards, which you could get. So I think this is the one that makes the difference. Because sea monsters can target here, I think this is better for that reason. So I think we get rid of Wash Away. Because also it's kind of academic. It's a slow push in a world where we don't survive this ravage. So what do we do this turn? We do pawns. We do all the things that gain us energy. So this is going to give us 2 more energy. This is going to give us an extra fear card. We could remove a blight in the slow phase, or we could remove a blight in the slow phase, or add a beast for a potential finale with sea monsters. Trouble is, if I play this turn, then I can't play River's Bounty. River's Bounty is more energy. Maybe it's more energy we need. Maybe this is better. This is more flexible. We can use it to remove a blight or to add a beast. But then that's kind of playing around using sea monsters, which I'm pretty sure we won't get to use. Okay, so because the trouble is that these are double blighted in these sands. I mean, blight, if I... Maybe... Yeah, maybe Mega Chris is right. Maybe go in with, like, double blight removal. The trouble with that is we don't gain enough energy. Because I guess we can still play Boon of Vigor, for example. We don't... Oh, actually, we could play flipping everything, can't we? We incidentally get our innate. Maybe that's not so incidental. Maybe we can actually make something with that. It's a lot of damage. We have no additional damage, but we do have fear cards, and we'll know that we've got this going in. Next turn you play Talons, I think. Yeah. Yes, you're right. You're right. So if we play this, we'll have the 6 energy for Talons. Committing to the Reclaim doesn't feel too bad here. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, so hopefully we're doing this next turn. Well, this might be enough to win. Depends entirely on this. I don't think we're going to have anything that's much better than that. The Beast Stonk as well could come in hand. This could be clutch, just an extra beast on the wood. Could be 1 more fear. You could play 5 cards. How much lag has everyone got? Or is that a rhetorical... Is it a good idea to play 5 cards? I can't get Threshold on Talons of Lightning, so as long as I can get the 6 energy, and I can if I play Bouncy with Vigor, I could play Talons with Portents of Disaster next turn. for a good chunk of fear. Double presence placement next turn is also possible. How would I benefit from that? Given that I'm pretty sure I don't survive this Ravage, if I double presence place next turn, I get 1 energy. I don't see any benefit of doing that. Okay, so I think our best portents is in here if Dahan do damage. Which they might do with this many fear cards. So we've got this memory fades to dust. Let's destroy one of these wetland presences. Okay, well, local diaspora. Okay, is that? Ooh, beast stonks. Oh no! I hope there's a. Damn it! I don't think there's anyone in with my massive pile of beasts. Okay, push 2 to harm from land with blight to land without blight. That's unfortunate. Oh, I've got 6 beasts on the board and no invaders are in with them. Ah, the pain. Oh, we can push in there. Okay, well done, peasant. We need to push in with the beasts. Yeah, Glimmer's there. So, okay, we don't have extra damage. So if we push a lone explorer into each of these coastal lands, then that's 6 free fear. Thanks, explorers. And thanks for the well done. So, huzzah! You made it. Just as this game comes to an end for good or ill. So if we potentially are finishing with talons, that's 5 damage, 5 fast damage. So it doesn't pushing a town in here doesn't make any odds. We don't want to push anything in here if we can avoid it, because we could just lose in here still. But I think this extra 5 fear from Beast Round is worth it. So we have to push something in here, so we'll push an explorer in there as well. Oh, interestingly, here's a wrinkle. If I'd allowed the beast to move in here, I think the beast might have... I guess you've got more chance that the beast will solve this problem. The trouble with this land is that there's nothing in there to interact with fear cards. There is nothing to stop me just losing in there. I actually think that might be the correct... Let's see how much fear we've got. So we're 15 fear away from the win. That's true. That's true, but I'm wondering whether... I mean, 5 fear is a whole fear card. What's the other option on this? Oh, you don't have the option. You don't have an option. All right, fine. I don't. Let's stop trying to calculate things I can't. There aren't options anyway. So, yeah. Let's gain the beast stonks. And yeah, we push the Dahan in here. So this is still... We're now relying on six fear cards to prevent this coastal mountain double ravage from just killing us. Each player adds a strive to invader. For the rest of this turn, invaders have -1 health per strive to minimum of 1. Prioritize fear. So if we strive this, if we don't, we have to... This one we can let go. It's only a single ravage. But this one we can't. We have to put everything in our power into preventing the loss in this land here. Each player moves an explorer or town from a land with a presence or a city from a land with a sacred site. Okay. Irrelevant. Each player chooses a different land with buildings. Gather a Dahan into that land, then 2 damage per Dahan there. That's more like it. Now we're cooking with gas. Two damage per Dahan. Let's get a little bit superstitious when... So, 6 damage is a city. I think we put the damage on... The thing is, if it's Dahan doing damage, they're going to do at least 3. So I think actually we take out the Explorer. From Innerland Mountain. Why? Because there's a Ravage in here as well this turn. Each player adds a strife in a different land with at least 2 invaders. Then each invader with strife deals damage to other invaders in its land. Okay, so if you do it in here, we clear this land. To save a Dahan. I don't want to lose. I know, you know, the Dahan are important and everything. This Dahan could still be useful in this land. I mean, it looks like this has worked out okay, because I think I can now put a strife here and then this land will clear. Oh, except... Well, I think... it won't quite clear, but it will clear as good as damn it. Okay, it did clear everyone. Each player adds a strife to an invader. For the rest of this turn, invaders have -1 health per strife for a minimum of 1. So now we can start thinking about saving this Dahan. Invaders with strife have -1 health, so it clears. Ah, yeah. Doop 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 doop. We've also got massive flooding to do. So yes, I do feel bad for this Dahan, but I think we had to play every edge. We could still save it. Okay, we just need 3 more fear now. I think we still need to strife the city, unfortunately. Though if we strife the town, we can actually kill the town with massive flooding. Oh wait, actually I think it's okay. We've got fast fear. We've got fast fear now. We just need to survive this turn. Alright. You know what he's in for, don't worry about him. I'm worried about him. Remove 2 explorers or a town from each land with Dahan. Then remove a city from each land with at least two Dahan. See? He's done it in here. Good lad. Oh, is that it? The only land with Dahan. Come on, lad. You can save 2 defend by Dahan. Is it enough? I think it might be enough. Lad face Jimmy has survived. Have they? Jimmy the lad has survived and is going to enable a massive flooding to actually do something in here. So we'll do 2 damage to this city. Do we have a better massive flooding target? No. Jimmy did it! You're the hero! Nice one, lad face Jimmy. Did it right! I mean, it did make a difference. We're now on 2 blight rather than 1. People say not to leave lone Dahan. Yeah, well, there's Dahan and then there's lad face Jimmy. People underestimate lad face Jimmy, but at their peril. So we can kill this city here. I think that must be the best thing to do. So it's 2 more fear for the fear guard. I like the explore sounds like a sigh. That's why I feel when I have to go somewhere. Sigh. Okay, lad face Jimmy, here's your reward. You can come to the breeding hut. You've earned it, lad-faced Jimmy. And then blight removal. It's academic. I've got one more fear. Stop messing around, peasant. Stop messing around. What do you think this is? A game? You here to have fun? You disgust me. Psh. Okay, we're back to growth. And now we can do the double presence placement that Chris wanted all along. Increasing score, I see. Not... was I? I've sickened myself. So we need one fear. There it is. Tell you that, England 6. Was quite an unorthodox game, actually. Went looking for the powers right from the bat, which is not typically what I would do. Not that I've done England 6 much with River. Alright. That's about me done for brain work today. The brain is empty. It's a limp, flaccid sack. Let's find someone cool to raid while I run a last raffle. Thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks for watching and chatting and making good suggestions. I appreciate the pointers. Hey, thanks, Medicine. So it's quite hard. A hard challenge, and it had to get a little bit unorthodox. It's just going to undo this. The reason I'm undoing is that the game just decides I'm not interested in what I've done. Early teeming rivers over sky stretches to shore. Would that have made a difference? It did mean we were so close on blight. We'd have lost a long time ago without this blight cleanup. Oh no, we took Portents early as well. No, Portents was a second mine, I think. God, my memory is terrible. I'm going to have to rewatch this. Sea monsters, of course, making vast amounts of fear. Pretty much all the fear. Talons we didn't use in the end, but it would have been good if we'd been more unlucky. Yeah, I think discarding Flash Floods early for Major is the right call. More blight removal also was pretty clutch. I mean, it looks quite tidy here, but it's not that tidy. Okay, cool. Alright, for all the serial killers, let's find out what the score is. River doesn't seem that bad with mages. Yeah. I mean, I got quite lucky with the... I mean, I didn't get any dud draws particularly. Okay. There you go. Oh no, I don't have a green screen here. No green screen. There you go, 67. Not the number that Twitch likes to see. Hey, nice win, Mega Chris. You know the score, you've won before. Know how it works. Alright, let's see who's about. I'm not on my usual computer, so I've only got one screen. So I can't see, well, not that I can normally see chat when I do this. I've not worked out a good way of doing this stuff. Let's have a quick look and see what's going on. A ruined hair. It's busy in the board game category today. Such an up and down category. Ooh, CG trivia final. That sounds pretty fun. Sounds like too much fun. I've got to go have I can't stick around, so I need to find something that I don't really want to watch. I'm joking. Hey, let's raid Cyclo. Looks like they're just starting up. I didn't actually get to stream any Factorio this week for a few reasons. Traveling. You only got 24. You've actually got until Sunday midnight. That's generally the cut. Basically between each week of streaming. Now next week, I'm actually not sure when I'm streaming because I'm basically here to see my family. I don't see them very often. But I will let people know in the Discord. Hey, you too, Harlequin. Haven't used the previous prize yet. Uh-oh, you better get your skates on. I've forgotten what I was doing. Oh yeah, Let's raid Cyclomatics. It looks like they're just starting up. They're cool. They're cool people. I like them. I raid them quite a lot. They're building a mega base. A very different mega base to my mega base because they're just a different kind of person. But they're cool. I like them. If you can, get them to say wanker. It's the best thing ever hearing Americans say the word wanker. Hey, thanks, Blues. Yeah, I will. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens next week, but yeah. All right, so let's fire that up. And I haven't set up an end screen because I didn't have enough time to set up this computer today. But yeah, if you have Max Grain emotes, feel free to drop them on Cyclo because he hasn't even got around to getting emotes yet. I'm always tempted to tell you to tease them for not having emotes, but that's rude. Not everyone has cool emotes. Wanker. Wanker.
I wanted to deal with children full of shit.
Okay, cool. He's definitely started. Oop, you can even hear him there. All right. Bye for now. Hopefully catch some of you in the future. But yeah, almost I will try and... Oh, next Friday is Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve is a very special day for my family because it's also one of our favourite people's birthdays. So I might do Spirit on Thursday, but there'll be no stream on Friday. No way. No way. All right. Oh, my mouse has died. All right. Bye for now. Bye, bye, bye. For now, for now, for now. So confusing.